Sound check 3. Sound check 3. Presenter's laptop. Sound check 3. Presenter's laptop. Council meeting August 13th. Sound check 3. Clerk's laptop. Sound check 3. Clerk's laptop.
We're live.
Appropriate and desirable. Thank you. And welcome to members of council and the folks that are tuning into our council meeting today, August the 13th, Friday the 13th, by note. The city of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territory of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. The land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. And we further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the city of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the history of the land so that we can better understand our role as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. And a reminder as well that all electronic devices are to be on a non-audible function during our council meeting. And a reminder that we are at the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during the meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if you require more time to ask questions or make comments. Quorum is present, Madam Clerk, just to confirm.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. And are there any changes to the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. There's a lot.
Well,
There is one added previous council minutes. That's item 3.2, August 9th, 2021, the emergency council meeting. There are 49 added communication items. Item 4.12, there are 25 pieces of correspondence respecting licensed rental housing, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 9 of the Planning Committee Report 21-012. Item 4.22 has been added, 20 pieces of correspondence respecting encampments, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 3.2 of the August 9th, 2021 Emergency Council meeting minutes. Item 4.23 has been added with 4 pieces of correspondence related to Grids 2 and Municipal Comprehensive Review Consultation Update and Evaluation Framework and Phasing Principles, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 1 of the General Issues Committee Report 21-015. There are changes to the disposition of 2 communication items as requested. Item 4.3, correspondence from the municipality of Chatham-Kent, requesting support of their resolution supporting the Big City Mayor's call to action on ambitious mental health and addiction plan, with a recommendation to be endorsed. Item 4.9, correspondence from the City of Woodstock requesting support for the resolution, calling on the provincial government to immediately work together on both short and long-term solutions, complete with funding, to take proper responsibility and action to address the affordable housing, homelessness, and addiction crisis, with a recommendation to be endorsed. There are 5 notices of motion. Item 7.1, issuance of a demolition permit for 582 and 584 Highway number 8 in Stony Creek. Item 7.2, amendment to item 5 of the Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 19-004, respecting report HSC 19008A, Reaching Home, Canada's Homelessness Strategy. Item 7.3, Residential Municipal Relief Assistance Program for basement flooding for the heavy rain event of August 7th and 10th of 2021, and that is in Ward 13. 7.4, speed cushion traffic calming locations in Ward 2. Item 7.5, encampment response strategy. There is one added private and confidential item, item 10.2, closed emergency council meeting minutes for August 9th, 2021. There are 10 added bills. Bill number 134 to adopt official plan amendment number 29 to the Rural Hamilton official plan respecting 822 and 914 Book Road West and 1376 Shaver Road in Ward 12. Bill number 140 to authorize the execution of the transfer payment agreement of the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, public transit stream between the City of Hamilton and Her Majesty the Queen in the right of the province of Ontario, and that is citywide. Bill number 141 to establish the City of Hamilton land described as Part 2 on Plan 62R21-169 as part of Rachel Drive. Item Bill number 142, to extend the time period of the interim control bylaws respecting the lands in the former town of Dundas, and that is in Ward 13. Bill number 143, to amend the zoning bylaw number 05200 with respect to an extension of the temporary use bylaw for outdoor commercial patios, and in addition to the extension of the temporary use bylaw for temporary tents, that is citywide. Bill number 144, to amend property standards bylaw number 10-221, as amended, a bylaw to prescribe standards for the maintenance and occupancy of property, that is citywide. Bill number 145, to amend bylaw 17-225, a bylaw to establish a system of administrative penalties, that is citywide. Bill number 146, to amend the City of Hamilton bylaw 09190, being a bylaw requiring the supply of vital services, to amend City of Hamilton bylaw 17-225, being a bylaw to establish a system of administrative penalties, that is citywide. Bill number 147, a bylaw to authorize the use of optical scanning vote tabulators and to authorize the use of special vote by mail as an alternative voting method, and to repeal bylaws 17-059 and bylaw 03200, that is citywide. Bill number 148, to amend bylaw number 21-021, that is the council procedural bylaw, that is citywide. There are 6 bills being renumbered. Bill number 124 was renumbered to Bill 139, and we are also renumbering Bills 134 to 137 to accommodate Bill 134. That is everything.
Okay, thank you. That's quite a lot, but thank you very much. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended if there's no further discussion on that? Motion approved by Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor Partridge. Thank you. All in favor of that, please. And everyone's able to vote, Madam Clerk?
We're just waiting for Councillors Ferguson and Partridge's votes to come through, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
If you could send me the eScribe link, I can't get into it. I'm in my office, but
Okay.
for some reason, the eScribe link I had in my calendar isn't working. Thank you. I'm a
All right.
thumbs
Yes,
up.
we'll send that along. So that's approved by Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Partridge.
Yes.
And that motion carries 13-0.
Thank you very much. And I know there's going to be declarations of interest. So on declarations of interest, where would you like me to start? Councillor Clark, I saw you first. Go ahead.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm just opening up the file.
Yep.
So this is with respect to GIC report 21-016 LS 21030 citywide indemnification legal fees. Out of an abundance of caution, I'm declaring a potential interest until I can secure advice from the Integrity Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Other declarations? Councillor Pearson?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's with regard to planning committee agenda and a number of items. I will do a declaration again, and I sent it in with regards to licensed rental housing, as I am a landlord and own rental properties with my husband. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll have a separate vote on that item, but so I'm sure there'll be others making that declaration. Councillor Vanderbeek? If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
How's that?
That is much better, yeah.
Sorry. Similar to Councillor Pearson, I need to declare an interest in planning report 21-012. Item 9 is on that report with regard to licensed rental housing, and I do have rental housing along with my other members of my family.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to declare an interest on that item? Councillor Marula?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a direct result of my wife and I being landlords, we have to declare an interest in order to prevent a conflict on anything related to tenants and or landlords. And I can't recall the item on the planning committee, but I believe I made myself understood. Thank you.
It's the registry item, yeah. It'll come up on our separate vote, and you can abstain at that point. Any other declarations of interest on any other item? Not seeing any, thank you. And we'll turn to Approval of the minutes of previous meetings. We have two of them, City Council of July the 9th and the Emergency City Council of August the 9th. On those two minutes, moved by Councillor Pearson, I saw, seconded by Councillor Farr. Thank you. All in favor of the minutes? And again, Councillor Ferguson and Partridge, you're able to vote or give us a thumbs up?
It'll have to be a thumbs up. My phone isn't receiving emails and I can't open the eScribe link that you just sent me. So I'll just have to do a thumbs up from now on, I guess. Thanks.
Okay, let's work from that basis, and I'm assuming a thumbs up from Councillor Ferguson. Hopefully you can hear me. Not sure. Okay, Madam Clerk, that's as many as we're going to get.
That carries 13-0.
Thank you. I turn to Councillor Collins for a motion on the communications items, please. And I'm assuming Councillor Collins is here.
I'll take that,
There you
Mr. Mayor. Councillor Collins will not be in attendance today.
Okay.
Okay, he's making an announcement because he's going to be our next MP. So I will move that accordingly.
Okay, so just to be clear, does everyone know? Everyone's aware that our Councillor Collins has been nominated the candidate for Hamilton East Stony Creek for the Liberal Party. So on that note, though, moved by Councillor Marula, seconded by, and I didn't hear a seconder, I'm sorry.
Oh, Councillor Farr.
Thank you. That the communications items be put on the floor. There are a number of communications items. I did indicate two items personally that actually now there's three that I would like to address if I may. Let me just turn it over to Councillor Marula for 1 second. Item 4.3 and item 4.9 both speak to the long-term solutions to addictions and housing, and I think we should endorse both of those recommendations. Obviously, that's an issue that all municipalities are grappling with, and we want to encourage the government to respond. So it's to be referred to the Ministry of the Attorney General, Minister Elliott, Stephen Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And so I would hope that we could endorse items 4.3 and 4.9. And I do want to speak to item 4.20, which is an endorsement of the Toronto direction around childcare early learning. Quite an extensive document that they provided that I think we can endorse. But I would certainly like to have the City of Hamilton create its own Hamilton-oriented communications to the appropriate ministries, and that would include the Prime Minister, the Province of Ontario, the Executive Director of Social Services Association of Ontario, AMO, and I would include FCM in that as well, as it really speaks to the childcare and early learning system that I think is so critical for all of our municipalities. And so I'd like to endorse and ask the staff to prepare for my signature a similar position and letter that can be sent to all municipalities, but more specifically to our federal and provincial partners. And Councillor Marula, if there's no objections to that, I'll take the chair back and move on to other items, and I'll ask.
I think it was brilliantly said. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh,
and
God bless you. Thank you.
The chair is yours.
I've always had such great admiration for you. On the similar items, 4.3, 4.9, or 4.20, I see your hand, Councillor Wilson. Which one?
4.20.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for speaking to this, Mr. Mayor. A strong concurrence and note of support for me. Building an early learning and childcare service model that is high quality, public, not-for-profit, affordable, inclusive, and accessible is absolutely critical to the ability for women to support fully and equally in our economic model that we live in. Along with public transit, those two items are recognized as being fundamental to our ability to engage fully. So when I heard of the Government of Canada's spring budget announcement to invest in building a Canada-wide system of early learning and an Indigenous early learning system, it's been an exhausting, long-term fight and journey for a generation of advocates. I'm obviously, along with Martha Friendly, I cannot possibly acknowledge and recognize them now, nor our local advocates, but the investments and partnerships that this government is making across Canada, including Nova Scotia, and I wait with bated breath here in Ontario, but it is fundamentally critical for women, and for children, and for our future, and for our economy. So I'm happy to endorse your direction, and I just wanted to speak to this item, and I was planning on doing so before you spoke, so thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the support. We'll, without objection, we'll move in that direction then to endorse and make our communique to ministers, you know, Hamilton-based communique as opposed to Toronto-based communique. Councillor Clark, same issue. Thank you.
Yes, sir. If we can have the communique, one of the parts of the Toronto resolution, which I thought was very good, is that they support a system of early learning and childcare services that are high quality, public and not-for-profit, affordable, inclusive, and accessible for all families. And so this is really advocating to the province of Ontario that we work with the federal government to get this underway. And if we could use that in our local messaging for Hamilton, I would appreciate that. Regardless, I support your endorsements and the items that you mentioned this morning. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you know, so I as I mentioned, I would very much like to have the communique be Hamilton oriented, but based on, you know, similar
Yes.
pretext that that Toronto has put on the table. So very much supportive of everything you just said there.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll move in that direction then. Thank you. Other items of communications, Councillor Pearson.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to recognize the long list of items on communications regarding rental housing. Again, I will declare conflict, and they are items 4.21A to Y. Thank you. Because I own rental property and I'm a landlord. Thank you.
Right. And I'm assuming Councillor Vanderbeek, you're doing the same?
Likewise.
Okay. And Councillor Marula?
That's correct.
All right. That can be noted. I don't think we need separate votes on those, Madam Clerk. We can just note the conflict on those.
Mr. Mayor, we'll do a separate vote on the conflicts, please.
Okay, you'll have to guide me through the communications items that are identifying conflicts then, okay?
Yes.
Other items of concern in the communications portfolio? Not seeing any. Okay, so Madam Clerk, give me direction on which items in the communications are going to be voted on separately.
So I have noted that item 4.21 has numerous members of council who wish to vote a conflict on that. That's
Okay.
the only one that we'll be pulling separately.
All right, thank you. So item 421 then, for a separate vote. All in favor, and those that are opposed or have a conflict can so indicate. And Councillor Partridge, you're still in the manual voting process. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, still voting.
I already voted. Did it not come through?
Did you? I can't see it, but Madam Clerk will let us
We
know.
have that, and that is
Okay.
carried 13. Sorry, that is carried 10-0.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor is not here. Councillor Merle, I'll turn to you for a motion to move into committee of the whole, please.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if we could just have a motion to approve the balance of the communication items, please.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
So moved accordingly.
Thank you. All in favor? Amended. Thank you.
I'll also move the additional motion to
Right,
come out of,
to move into committee of the whole.
to move into
Moved by
committee of the
yourself, seconded by Councillor Farr. I'll just
And
wait for the
communication.
Yep.
Sorry, communications is carried 13-0.
Thank you. And on the motion to move in committee of the whole, the motion to move appear momentarily. Aisha missed it. It was moved by Councillor Marula, seconded by Councillor Farr. And Partridge will show us a thumbs up. Thank you.
And that's up for the vote.
I've lost it. It disappeared on my screen.
Okay,
So I'll just give you a thumbs up.
thank you.
Thank you. And that carries 13-0.
Thank you very much. Councillor Collins, or Councillor Marula, I'm going to call one more time to have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within report of the Special General Issues Committee.
And that's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Farr.
Thank you. And Councillor Pearson, I understand you have an amendment to in the Special General Issues Committee report. Councillor
Yes,
Pearson?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'm just pulling it up. So it's moved by myself, seconded by, I'll ask Councillor Tom Jackson if you'd like to second that for me. And it's the amendments to item 2 of the General Issues Committee report 21014 respecting report PED 17010K, grids 2 and municipal comprehensive review employment land review. I don't know if you want me to read it all, Mr. Mayor. There's just a change in the addition at the bottom, item 6 on page 2, which is 1400 South Service Road, Stony Creek.
Right, and that's the principal change, and that change.
That's the
will
change.
require
So it
some-
does change the amount at some of the like amendments, etc. Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
Okay.
You might want to pick another seconder because Councillor Jackson was a little wishy-washy on that one. Are you firmly on board? Okay, he's firmly on
And
board.
I apologize because Councillor Jackson did bring the initial amendment, but because I've added my section word 10, it changed the mover at the top.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you.
Any comments or concerns around the amendment? Hearing not, let's vote on the amendment then. All in favor of the amendment? And again, this is the grids report that we're talking about.
And Councillor Partridge is a thumbs up.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
That carries 13-0.
Thank you. On the special general report itself, any comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify with Councillor Johnson, she had voted conflict for item 4 in the meeting. I just wanted to know if she wanted to declare a conflict in the report as well.
Sorry, my apologies. I missed that one completely. Thank you, City Clerk. So yes, I will declare a conflict. I apologize.
So we'll have a separate vote on item 4.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, so item 4, and you know what, it's not jumping off the page for me right now. If you could, Madam Clerk, read item 4 for us.
Yes, so item 4 is in relation to the update regarding the Ontario Land Tribunal, and it's the appeals of rural and urban Hamilton official plans. And that was report LS 16029D, PED 16248D.
Okay, thank you. So on item 4, all in favor then, or opposed? And or abstaining due to conflict.
Which
If you
is
see
for
me
Councillor
putting a lot
Marula's
of-
vote to come through.
Right. I think he might be in the manual process. Or did you vote, Councillor Marula? You're okay?
He voted to abstain? Was it supposed to be approval, Councillor Marula? Yes, okay. We can change that for you.
If you
And that carries 12-0.
if you see me doing a lot of blinking today, I inadvertently put my nasal spray in my eye drops in my nose. So I've got clear vision through my nose and my eye is messed up. I don't know how that happened, but it's Friday the 13th. Who knows? So
Thanks for
onward
sharing.
and upward.
Thanks for sharing, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
It explains a lot.
Just one of those days. Yeah. I've got the one-eye twitch going on. On the balance of the Special General Issues Committee report, all in favor? As amended, Councillor Clark. sorry.
Councillor Clark had his hand raised.
Yeah, I see it on the chat now. Sorry about that. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pushed the button in eScribe, so I'm not sure where I'm supposed to put my signal to
Yeah,
speak to it.
my mistake though. I should have caught it on the chat. You're definitely identified there as a speaker. So go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So I have a question for staff about item number 1. to Mr. Thorne or to Mr. Robichaud. It's come to my attention that Mississauga, when they're doing their work, they're also conducting a greenhouse gas inventory comparison between their evaluations of different growth options. Can I ask, I guess I'll start with Mr. Thorne, is this something that the city of Hamilton has the resources to do?
Okay, thank you. General Manager Thorne. Not sure if he's with us, to be honest.
Tony
with you.
Sergi, I'm acting GM for
Yep.
the month Mr. Thorne's away. I'm going to ask Mr. Robichaud to address that question.
Thank you.
Steve?
Steve Robichaud, Director of Planning and Chief Planner to the Ward Councillor. We do have a consultant retained to do the greenhouse gas emissions modeling work. It's identified on page 5 of 35 on Appendix A, where we will be looking at the greenhouse gas emissions. And we're going to be having some conversations with their consultants about their ability to look at the both the existing situation within the city of Hamilton based on the existing urban area, and then also looking at the different growth and what does that growth mean in terms of a greenhouse gas emissions, both in terms of built form and transportation considerations. And we can be reporting back on that information as part of the evaluation framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Robichaud, then to ensure that we capture the comparison, I'd like to consider a motion or an amendment that would say that staff be directed to conduct a greenhouse gas inventory comparison as part of their evaluation criteria of both growth options. Mr. Robichaud has indicated that we've hired a consultant to do the work on the city overall. I'd like to be able to capture it in direction somewhere if there is a seconder to that. And then I'd like Mr. Robichaud's comment on it.
Okay.
I guess we could start with Mr. Robichaud and then look for the seconder.
Yeah, let's do that. Steve?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as I indicated, the consideration states on page 5, does the growth scenario contribute to the city's goal of carbon neutrality by 2050 by providing opportunities for reductions in greenhouse gas emissions? By virtue of having to evaluate the growth scenarios, they will be having to look at that. So knowing that 80% of the growth under whether it's ambitious density or a no urban boundary expansion will be accommodated within the existing urban area. That'll be what they will be asked to look at. It's the ability to look at that additional 20%. So if that 20% is through intensification, will they be able to model and report back on that versus a 20% urban boundary expansion? So that is the intent, and we will be having follow-up conversations early next week with the consultant who's doing the greenhouse gas emission modeling work to see the level of detail that they can provide, the assumptions that will be around that, and make sure that all of that reporting is very explicit. So we are subject to the consultant's ability to do it. That is our intent, to have the consultants report back on what the different growth scenarios look like from a GHG emissions point of view. And also, I should also mention that work aligns with our community energy plan and climate change action plan. So we are fully committed to doing this work. There will be some assumptions around changes to the building code and home energy retrofit programs. They may help bend the curve, combined with having to make assumptions around the change to the vehicle fleet as to what degree will electric vehicles also influence our impact our greenhouse gas emissions. And the idea is to have all those assumptions documented so that they're very clear, so everyone understands exactly what it would be happening going forward in the city over the next 20 to 30 years. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, then I'd like to move an amendment that staff be directed to conduct a greenhouse gas inventory comparison as part of their evaluation criteria of both growth options. I just feel more comfortable having it in direction so that when it comes back, we will have a very clear comparison between growth options and where the city is currently, if I can get a seconder.
So Councillor Wilson identified as a seconder to reaffirm that. So Councillor Wilson, you're the next speaker on that.
Yes, I'm very willing to second that and very appreciative of the more defined motion coming forward. If I could speak to it for a moment, it has been something since reviewing the evaluation model that I have been stewing about. And I had an opportunity to meet with staff yesterday to try and they were very accommodating, may I add, and very helpful, but trying to gain an understanding of our ability through this methodology to assign impacts to growth versus impacts overall to GHG, to the broader environment. What I was and remain hesitant about is any kind of calibration that would see a result show a diminishment or a hold on GHG, but that would be a consequence of action taken outside of this corporation, whether it be our steel manufacturings or others, so that we don't overall maybe have like a credit system, a hold or a diminishment, but that has nothing to do perhaps to our decisions on infrastructure growth. And to the point made during the delegations, we know that outside of industry, the private automobile and buildings are the second and third highest contributors to GHG. And we know that growth in the linear infrastructure that's involved, and therefore the private auto that's involved to get there, are going to be massive contributors. So that's my long way of saying I think the clarity is necessary. I appreciate that it's earmarked. I know this is not going to be an exact science, but I think a full disclosure of the methodology and the assumptions is in need, and a best effort. And I know staff always gives the best effort to try and relay that clearly for the public. So I'm very appreciative of this previous speaker on this and the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the motion's on the floor, moved by Councillor Clark, second by Councillor Wilson. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you. Question to Mr. Robichaud. Steve, you said in your response to the previous question to you that you're already doing this. So by approving this motion, what are you going to do that's different that you didn't already, aren't already doing?
Mr. Robichaud.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is, as I indicated, we already had built it into the evaluation framework. So essentially, I would say this would be a braces and belt approach, just to make more explicit the importance of greenhouse gas emissions in terms of and reporting in the evaluation framework. It's something that we had identified early in the process as an important consideration, the growth options. But we will be also, we were working on this, so we will just essentially be making it more explicit in terms of one of the criteria to be reported back on. Thank you. So there's no new additional work required. We will just be ensuring that the consultants will understand that they need to be, as part of their assignment, to be able to report back on this to discuss, explain, or highlight the differences between the growth scenarios as what it may mean from a greenhouse gas emissions perspective. Thank you.
So is the belt and suspenders solution helpful?
Given through you, Mr. Mayor, given the issues associated with climate change and greenhouse gas emissions, I have no concerns with adding this as an additional direction to staff, given some of the magnitude of the changes that are going to be required to adjust and respond to the climate change considerations. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. And no further speakers on this item, so we'll go to a vote on the amendment added by Councillor Clark and Councillors Wilson. All in favor? Any can indicate? Don't believe there are any abstentions. And Councillor Partridge, able to vote or still doing the manual process? Good, thank you.
And the amendment carries 12-1.
Great, thank you. And we'll turn to the Special General Issues Committee report as a whole. All those in favor then, as amended?
And the balance of the report as amended carries 13-0.
Thank you very much. Councillor Marula, it's back to you to waive the 48 of the presentation to the General Issues Committee, Planning Committee, Board of Health, Public Works Community Committee, and Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee reports so that we can deal with them today. Moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Farr.
Indeed.
Okay.
You read my mind. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All in favor, please indicate. electronically. Everything's going smoothly so far. Sorry, Councillor Clark. On the waiving of notice?
No, sorry, not on the waiving of notice. Thank you.
Oh,
I was,
okay,
I was
thank
trying
you.
to find out exactly where we were with that sheet because I do have that declaration. I don't want to forget about.
Yeah,
that.
we're going to get to the reports momentarily.
My apologies.
No worries.
We just need your vote, Councillor Clark. And that came through, and that is carried, and the waiving notice carries 13-0.
Great, thank you. So we need a motion on the to receive and approve the recommendations within report of the General Issues Committee as of report 21016 of August the 9th is moved by Councillor Marula, seconded by Councillor Farr to get it on the floor. Items in the report that folks would like to address. Councillor Jackson.
Sorry, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, sir. Can I get a separate vote, please, on item 3, the feasibility of creating a technological hub on the South City Hall lands? Mr. Mayor, this was a close vote at GIC. You know my position. I won't regurgitate it here in terms of being opposed to the disposition land sale of City Hall Plaza from public lands to potential private development. And what really concerns me, Mr. Mayor, throughout this item 3, literally every paragraph talks about, and here's the wording, land disposition, executing the land disposition strategy, process to facilitate the land disposition of City Hall lands, regarding the disposition of City Hall precinct lands. And so, Mr. Mayor, although the word long-term lease is thrown in once in a while, it's clear to me that ultimately the developer, the business person we heard from, which I implore and encourage to keep his wonderful concept and proposal somewhere else in the city without using City Hall Plaza and city block lands, Mr. Mayor. But it concerns me that this is very strong language leading towards the potential sale of 71 Main Street West, a portion, part of whatever might be. And so I want to be recorded as opposed. And F, I had wished all along that the Ward 12 councillor had allowed F to be a separate motion, but he wanted, respectfully, he wanted it to be an amendment as part of item 3, because I was all for having staff look at the building of a second tower for city staff and the consolidation of city staff across the city to a potential second tower behind the existing City Hall building, which original architect in 1960, Stan Roscoe, had envisioned all along, and I had viewed on his plans when I first arrived at City Hall. So, Mr. Mayor, having said all that, a separate vote on 3, and I'll still be recorded as opposed to potential land disposition of City Hall lands. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So let's stick with item 3 for the moment. Any other comments on item 3? Councillor Farr. If you're speaking, I can't hear you, or we can't hear you.
My Jabra was unplugged. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take the moment to thank first and foremost my colleagues and yourself. It was an excellent debate, an excellent conversation, born out of a delegation back in May from PABN and Metro Partners on a concept that I think a lot of us appreciate. We heard from Norm. In economic development, our director, Norm Schlehan, there are no Class A office spaces in the city of Hamilton. We do not have an office tech hub. And, you know, the reason why I think I pushed pretty hard, both back in May and again at GIC, was because I do believe in the proponents in the project. And I do believe that this is optimal use versus what we're trying to preserve right now, some of us, which is pretty much 85-90% surface asphalt parking out back City Hall. So nothing was being asked for those who have been paid close attention to this, where we wanted to bind ourselves. It was just basically saying, hey, staff, go back, talk to these folks, come back and let council make a decision once appropriate information and procedures and conditions, proposed conditions were established. That didn't happen. And again, colleagues. You had great points on both sides. It's a good debate. I think it's an important debate, and particularly when we're learning things like what the previous speaker said. This is a valuable idea, and one that I too, like the previous speaker, hopes Metro partners will continue to pursue. So I just wanted to thank my colleagues most of all, and Ray Kessler in real estate, who it seems to me it's the one fella or staffer among the many great contributors when we do the Q&As that is really good on his feet. He gets a lot of these questions that come out of nowhere, out of left field. And I think that's just the nature of real estate, and to some extent the legal aspects of real estate, which he's also very good with. So I really appreciated his analysis and his contributions in terms of answering all of our good questions. I didn't want to take too much time, but I appreciate it. It's really, really, truly important to me, because I believe there's a benefit not only for the downtown, but the city as a whole if these dreams become a reality. And I think we all do. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. On item 3, additional speakers. Councillor Wilson on item 3.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I originally hit my button to speak to it, it was just to, but Councillor Jackson beat me to the punch. It was just to isolate it for a separate vote. But having heard the comment about, I just want to clarify my intent. It's never going to be my interest, Mr. Mayor, on this or any other file to lead with a concern or seek to preserve asphalt. My comments were rooted in, first of all, sole sourcing that was changed, but seeking clarity on highest and best use. This is a very valuable in the heart of downtown, a very important and beautiful space. I was hoping to receive some information about the community benefit possibility in this public space, and that as public stewards, we have to lead in ensuring that our public space is inclusive. It generates a whole bunch of different economic returns for our community, not just in the form of a single private tower, but maybe who gets in that tower, how we grow growth as a consequence of that tower. So there's, I think, more nuance to it than maybe that the debate could have had, but I appreciate it, and just wanted to clarify my position on that. So, and I appreciate that it will be teased out, because I will remain consistent and not be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have a separate vote on that. Councillor Partridge?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, I just want to encourage the presenter, Pavan Brach, who came in and presented, and the consortium group that he was representing. I just want to encourage them to continue to seek a location in Hamilton for the Class A space. If it's needed in the downtown, surely there's developers who would be interested in building it. I can't support the sale or disposition of land at the back of City Hall. And, as great a situation as we have with the David Braley Center across the road and the good things that it does to the community, we're paying an awful lot of rent to house some of our staff over there. And I'm not interested in getting into that kind of an agreement. And we also have the downtown entertainment district, which is going to be on the go as well. So I will be voting opposed to number 3, but I did want to encourage Pavan and the consortium behind him to continue to work with the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's deal with item 3 right now. So given the request for a separate vote, let's put up item 3 and test the will of council. We'll go from there. Everyone's able to vote, Madam Clerk?
And that is defeated 6-7.
Okay, so I guess at some point we'll have another report back to staff on either next steps or no steps. So we'll deal with that when the time comes. So we're going to turn to item 11, and I know Councillor Collins originally had a amendment. Councillor Collins isn't here, so Councillor Merle, you have an amendment which, if I can help you along on this one, essentially says that staff be directed to provide relevant supplementary materials to members of council that will support election-related meetings with candidates and campaign teams. Ironic that Councillor Collins would be a mover originally. The intention of it is to that there isn't time to report back, which is what the original motion was. So the intent is to get this material to elected candidates or candidates and parties, etc., as quickly as possible. Councillor Marula?
Yes, so that's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Farr.
Perfect, thank you. It's a pretty straightforward approach. So any comments or questions on that
Yes,
amendment?
if I could say a couple of things.
Yep.
Just in focusing and targeting in on these key issues, I think it's important that we as a city not only endorse it, but communicate it effectively to the public. As you know, issues that become ballot issues are the only issues politicians pay attention to, particularly during elections. So this is something that needs to be made public, and I'll rely on the public to do their own research, because the media seems to not be as focused on some of these priorities as they should be. But I look forward to them proving me wrong during this campaign period. Thanks very much. Have a good afternoon.
Perfect. You know, and it's just in the interest of having the public be informed on this, this speaks to council priorities being supportive housing and tackling poverty, I should say, impacts of climate change and strong measures to affect that, strong economic recovery, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and championing rural and northern communities by committing to universal internet access and modernizing, streamlining funding and funding tools. So those are the identified priorities for this city of Hamilton for the election campaign, and will be shared broadly with all candidates, but certainly ought to be reported on and amplified throughout the community as kind of key priorities that we want our federal and provincial governments to work on. Not exclusive to these priorities, but certainly these are key priorities that we can identify for them to work on aggressively. Any comments or questions on that amendment? Councillor Partridge?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to ensure that, you know, what I raised at committee the other day about including in the priorities about having the rural agricultural community being one of the priorities. And in fact, you know, with FCM, Federation Canadian Municipalities, that is definitely one of their priorities. So I believe that we were going to pick up the wording from the FCM motion on how they had worded looking through, making sure we put a rural lens on all decisions that are made. And it has to be a priority. We have, I think, 68% of our geographic landmass in the city of Hamilton is rural land. It's agriculture. It's agribusiness, which brings in 1.6 billion, I believe it is, to our economy. So agriculture and rural lands are extremely important to the city of Hamilton. And I just wanted to ensure that is captured as well. Thank you.
It is indeed an item 5 in the report. I think that was actually introduced by you at the committee level, and certainly is inherently part of our election priorities for 2021 and federal campaign and provincial campaigns, no doubt, as it starts to evolve. So definitely in there. Thank you for that. So on the amendment, which is to not come back to staff, but to get this material out to candidates and parties as soon as possible. All in favor, Councillor Ferguson.
I just wanted to pick up on the Councillor Partridge is talking about, because the resolution does include the universal internet access and modeling, streamlined funding tools, but the second part was left blank. There's an and it stops, because Councillor Partridge was thinking about adding something further there. So should we simply delete the word and now, if we're not going to identify what it is?
Yeah, I think it's a typo, but I can go to Jeanette Smith to.
I'm not sure it's a typo. It was just, this was requested that we would update this at council, at committee.
Okay, so Jeanette?
through you, Mr. Mayor, to members of council. And sorry, I have a bit of laryngitis going on here. Councillor Ferguson, members of council. So we captured through the motion and changes on Monday to make sure we captured the rural piece, and we'll certainly be expanding on it in the materials to capture the broadband, to reinforce the landmass in Hamilton in terms of having that rural and agricultural lens through decisions. So I don't think we need the and there. We wanted to capture the high level, so we made sure we had it, and we'll continue to provide some details underneath.
So, Mr. Chair, we simply delete the word "and" then?
I would recommend that.
Okay.
Did you do any eye drop spray into your throat and caught laryngitis? Did you do anything like that? Good answer would be no. Yeah, only a dummy like me would do that. All right, so we're going to delete the word "and." So on a okay, I see waving of hands. So I'm not sure. I saw Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, are we just on 11 period, or is there
We're on
this
11
amendment
period,
or two?
but we will amend it to remove the word "and." So maybe we could deal with that amendment if everyone's
That's
okay.
fine. Keep me on your list, please. Thank you.
Well, I'll come right back
Mr.
to you.
Sorry,
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, we're still on the amendment to strike B.
Correct.
The motion in the report, and will we also, so the amendment to that amendment is to remove the word "and" in item 5 of A.
Right.
That's what
but
I'm
I
hearing.
sense that Councillor Jackson might have wanted to speak to the amendment originally, so I was just going to remove A and then come back to the other amendment. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So to amend the document to remove "and," all in favor? Since it needs a formal vote.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if we could lump the amendment, the original amendment was to remove B, which is that staff report back. We
Okay.
can just add within, when we're voting
All
on
right.
that amendment, to remove "and" as well,
Okay, that's sufficient. I like
out of
that.
A5.
Very good. Okay, we'll do them all in one. Councillor
Yes.
Jackson, you're up. Councillor Jackson? I think.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. Here I am waiting for an amendment vote, and I apologize. So,
And we're gonna do the vote on the amendment and the "and" at the same time. So
okay, thank you,
to the
Mr. Mayor.
entire issue.
Thank you very much. So on Roman numeral 3 of paragraph A, strong economic recovery, and the keywords investment in critical infrastructure to support economic development. So I know, Mr. Mayor, through your good work, a lot of money has been poured upon our city and will be, especially with regards to public transit, higher order of transit. And so that's been the key focus. So for some of us that still strongly support the movement of goods and services by way of traditional good roads and transportation corridors, as we have seen with what's happening at the waterfront, 1,500 new residential units are going to be open because the municipal government invested in servicing of those lands further. The airport, it goes without saying, we have applauded through COVID what's happened. And again, all the Amazons that have come, Panetones and others, I believe, is because past and current municipal government invested in municipal servicing to those lands. The Red Hill Business Park, Sierra Foods, $80 million expansion of their site on Glover's Road, all the ones we've talked about, especially during the pandemic, Mr. Mayor. So my long preamble, and Mr. Mayor, I'm more than happy if you want to just give me some assurance. I want to hope and be assured that critical infrastructure to support economic development, the focus has been on public transit, higher order of transit. However, I don't want to lose sight of the traditional transportation corridors that have fed our community, have brought investment, jobs, and taxes to our city. And I just want to make sure that that's implied in Roman numeral 3, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
And from my perspective, I can say absolutely, it's all critical infrastructure, not limited to any one area. We have made some great gains in public transportation, no doubt. But there are many other areas, including water treatment and water and sewer capacity, roadways, sidewalks. All of those are critical infrastructure pieces that that we are in need of funding for. So it's not to exclude any, it's to include all.
Thank you for that confirmation, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Partridge, second time on the amendment. No, you're good. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, sir, my apologies. I'm not speaking to the amendment. I am speaking to an item in that.
Let me deal with the amendment so we can
my
get that out of
apologies.
the way.
Yep.
No, no worries. That's actually my fault. Let's deal with the amendment. So all in favor of the amendment, which then includes the amended B and the word eliminating and, or the eliminating the word and. All in favor.
That carries, Mr. Mayor, 13-0.
Thank you. And Councillor on the amending motion or on the item itself, item 11. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am just trying to get to it, so I'm going to speak off memory. One of my colleagues has a motion, a very important motion today about Islamophobia, and I noted in item, is it 4 of the, there's no reference to our
Equity,
Muslim.
diversity, and inclusion item. Yep.
There's no reference to our Muslim neighbors, and I just wanted to seek some feedback from staff on its absence, and if we, given particularly what's been happening in the motion that is further down on the agenda, if we could include it. Thank you.
There's no reason why we can't, and we should. So it does say to support all marginalized communities, but including the Muslim community, I think would be appropriate. So if you want to make that amendment,
please
include that.
Thank you.
Okay, so moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Nan, to include that as part of item 4, the Muslim, whatever way you want to phrase that, but the Muslim community as a whole. All right, moved and seconded. Any comments or questions on it? Seeing none, all in favor on that amendment? And a good catch, in fact. Thank you.
That was moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Nan.
Yes. Can I? Now that we're kind of identifying more groups, you know, we could certainly include the Asian community based on what's happening in our country or across North America as well. So can I add that as a friendly amendment?
Yes, we will add the Muslim community and Muslim and Asian communities.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All in favor?
That carries 13-0.
Thank you. And on item 11 as a all in favor?
And that carries 13-0.
Thank you. We're going to turn to item 15 for Councillor Clark to be able to declare his conflict. Unfortunately, I don't see an item 17 in my agenda here. Did I miss that? Was that it? Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. Thank you. Item 17. So a separate vote on item 17, please. All in favor? Any opposed? And of course, Councillor Clark has indicated a conflict.
We're waiting on Councillors Wilson and Pearson's votes to come through.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson's got a hand up, or Councillor Pearson's got a thumbs up. Thank you.
Thumbs up from Councillor Pearson.
Yeah.
Just so you know, Madam Clerk, it popped up in left the screen. I couldn't vote.
Okay, no problem. And that carries, Mr. Mayor, 12-0.
Okay, thank you. And on the balance of the report, any other items that folks would like to? Not seeing any. On the balance of the report then, moved and seconded, all in favor? And again,
Councillor
did you catch
Pearson
the
is a
vote this
thumbs
time,
up.
Councillor? Darn, missed it again. Thumbs up, Councillor Pearson. Thank you.
And that carries 13-0.
Thank you. Item 5.3 is the Planning Committee report. Councillor Danko, could I have a motion on the report to put it on the floor, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Johnson, that the Planning Committee report 21-012, being the meeting held on Tuesday, August 10th, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Great, thank you. Are there items in the report that members of council would like to speak to? I know there's a number of declarations of conflict, so we'll get to those votes. So I'm going to turn to the speakers list. And I'm waiting for it to pop up. I've seen lots of hands, so I'm sorry I don't have the right order for this one. So I did see Councillor Clark at the outset. So Councillor Clark, if you want to start, and then I saw Councillor Johnson and Councillor Pearson, I believe, and Vanderbeek. But I know you have a conflict on a couple of issues. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is the oh my gosh, can't speak today. License rental housing item number 9. The question for staff. There was a landlord tenant board decision that indicates clearly that the landlords can pass on municipal charges and fees to the tenants, and this decision was dated March 10th, 2016, and then it was upheld upon a review. So have we considered that when we're looking at the licensing of these units, as the costs are going to be passed on directly to the tenants? This decision showed a 6% increase in rent.
So you're asking of staff. I think it was identified in the report that the likelihood of that being passed on was significant. So Monica, I see you there. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to answer your question, Councillor Clark, absolutely. It's something that we have considered. It was a risk that was flagged in the report. And legal, if you want any more input on sort of what the decision or what that looks like, I would pass that to legal, but it was definitely considered by staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from legal? This was, I am sorry to be bringing it up, but I was looking at this late last night, this decision off of the law library, and I'm just concerned about the impact. So there's going to be a report back. Will we have a better understanding of the impacts to tenants on these decisions? Have these decisions been upheld in a judicial review?
Through the mayor to Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, as Morgan has indicated, the decision was factored into the analysis that staff conducted in the recommendations. We don't have any indication at this point in time that the decision would be overturned by way of judicial review or further consideration, but that's certainly a possibility. We factored in as going forward that landlords will have the ability to offload any increases expenses to tenants as part of that process.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight that item. I think the pilot project, Mr. Mayor, is a good idea because it will give us a good comparison. I do want to thank staff for threading the needle carefully, because if the bylaw was written in a manner that identified student housing, then we would find ourselves in a very tricky position with the Human Rights Board, I think, which was enunciated. So the bylaw is silent on the type of housing other than it basically are boarding houses, boarding rooms. And I understand that in those 3 wards, some of the student housing has been switched over to basically boarding rooms. So I think the pilot will give us a good indication as to what the outcome will be, what the success will be, the impacts on tenants, et cetera. And then we would go from there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I was remiss. I should have put forward my amendment at the outset. If I could ask Councilor Marula just to take the chair for a moment. Not that I see him. If it isn't Councilor Marula, then I'll turn it over to Councilor Jackson. All right, Councilor, thank you. And I did have an amendment on this that would be an item E, that staff report back to the Planning Committee with an update every 6 months on the pilot projects in wards 1, 8, and parts of Ward 14. And if I could speak to that just briefly, I'm not trying to bog down the issue. I think I trust, I hope that there'll be some data collection throughout this process. I think it'd be valuable to have some updates at the 6-month level, which actually would provide 2 updates before it hits the 18-month mark, where we're obviously going to be reviewing the entire program to see what the impacts have been. But I'd like to see you know, a 6-month update of the data that's been collected, the effectiveness of the bylaw. It's also an opportunity to promote the fact that the bylaw is in place. Similar to Councillor Clark, I do have some concern and worry about, you know, the way the staff recommendation portrayed it, which is that, you know, this is a particularly challenged rental market as it is. And, you know, we want to be sure that we're not doing more harm than good. And I do believe that the good is to improve housing conditions, especially in and around McMaster and Mohawk College, that have been an issue for quite some time. And I think the registry will likely help in that regard, but also may have some negative impacts. And one of them could be that cost of the registry that's going to be inherently delivered to landlords, in all likelihood is going to be passed on to tenants. And that certainly is something that we need to kind of factor in and be mindful of, given the cost of housing in our city right now. You know, it's not a simple matter. And so I would just ask for, I'll support the recommendation based on, you know, the way it's been put forward, that it is a pilot project, and I hope that the data shows that we're making improvements rather than complicating our housing, you know, scenarios even more than they already are. But I think the 6-month update will at least give us an opportunity to do some tracking to understand, you know, where we're at, what the impacts are, and if there are significant negative or positive impacts that can be reported on the 6-month basis. So that's the reason for my amendment. Not holding up the project, just want to make sure that we, sorry, collect good data and that we report on that good data on a 6-month basis.
So, Mr. Mayor, to be clear, your amendment is on paragraph D to amend 18 to 6. Is that correct?
My amendment is actually item E as I see it.
E is the solicitor-client privilege, confidentiality, unless I have the wrong report.
We're talking about the
item number 9, licensing rental housing,
right,
in wards 1, 8, and 14.
Yeah.
My E shows the contents of Appendix C to the report remain confidential. So do you wish to add an F?
I think there's an amending motion. Madam Clerk, I'll have to ask you for some guidance on this one.
City Clerk Holland, can you help me too, please, as acting chair?
Yes, I'll have Janet display the amendment that as it was written.
Okay, thank you.
So
Councillor Jackson is correct. E is to that the contents remain confidential.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm adding an item F.
She'll display it in 1 second, just so it's clear for all members.
It's written
Thank you, City
in
Clerk.
my document.
We were just renumbering everything for you.
Yeah, it's written as item E being the amendment that I'm putting forward, item F being the remain confidential. Right.
Correct.
Okay.
We're just shifting everything down 1.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's fine too. Good.
But my amendment is that staff report back to Planning Committee with an update every 6 months on the pilot projects, wards 1, 8, and 14. That's my
perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All understood now. Thank you, City Clerk Holland. Now, on this amendment, since your seconder, Mr. Mayor? It was Councillor Danko. Councillor Danko, thank you. So I'll keep in the chair for the amendment discussion. Just having my laptop, no other monitors. Any hands up, please, for discussion on the amendment? The amendment's clear? Okay, the amendment's clear. So we can take a vote then, City Clerk Holland, on the amendment, on the new E and F.
That is correct.
All in favor, please? Scribe vote. Can you believe, Mr. Mayor, I actually asked for an e-scribe vote? I'm just kidding. No, thank you. I've come a long way. Thank you.
You're the digital master.
I await City Clerk Holland's results.
That carries 10-0.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thank And I'll take the chair back, and the speakers list at this point is Councillor Danko, Johnson, Pearson, Vanderbeek, and Farr. Councillor Danko, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the
Sorry,
same.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just jump in, were you going to vote on item 9 as part of the balance of the report? Or were you going to vote on item 9 separately as amended? Just for clarification, because I believe some members did have conflicts with 9.
Yeah, we're voting on item 9 separately.
Okay.
But we're speaking to item 9 right now.
Sorry for the confusion. Thank you.
No problem. Councillor Danko on item 9. So all requests to speak now are hopefully on item 9. Councillor Danko.
Thank you. Yes. So on the rental licensing pilot for wards 1, 8, and part of Ward 14, I thank staff at committee, but I just want to thank staff officially here at council as well. In particular, Jim Gordon, who has been working with our office over the years towards writing the actual bylaw. Very complicated, as I'm sure council can appreciate. And Timothy Lee, who prepared a lot of the background work on the secondary suites, which was implemented in 2019, actually, in advance of the citywide secondary suites, in preparation for rental licensing in wards 1, 8, and part of 14. Also want to thank our municipal law enforcement staff for the great work that they do in Ward 8. And recognize the hard work that that Councillor Whitehead put into getting us to this point. I know Councillor Whitehead had been working towards rental licensing for a decade prior to this, so recognizing all of the issues in Ward 8 and in the part of Ward 8 that he represented prior to me. So I think it's really important just to formally recognize his input and all the work that he put into getting us here today. And of course, thank committee and council for their support on this. I really do appreciate, getting us to the point where we're actually implementing this program. I know it is still some questions and some concerns, and I hope that we can find out answers to those questions and concerns through the pilot. And last of all, just if I could take a moment just to thank the residents and tenants that I represent in Ward 8 and in particular those that took the time and effort to speak to committee to share their firsthand experiences with what they're seeing in their neighborhoods. I think this issue's evolved over the years to the point where now there's basically support across the board. We saw support from the Realtors Association, very strong support. We saw support from neighborhood associations, from both McMaster and Mohawk students and the students' unions. So these are representing a lot of tenants that are living in these kinds of units. From tenants associations, from poverty advocates, and of course the landlords and property owners themselves. A lot of the, if you read through the correspondence, a lot of the correspondence from residents is concerns about property standards, understandably, but most of it is concerned for the tenants themselves in terms of their safety and the conditions that their accommodations are and how they're living. And then just a couple points on next steps and where we go from here. So staff will be coming forward with a transition plan because we want to make sure that we provide the property owners with an opportunity to bring their properties into compliance legally. With the secondary suites bylaw now in place, that is much easier for them. There's a legal avenue for them to do that, and also so that they have adequate notice that this is actually in place and that they have time to make any renovations or updates that they need to do without displacing any tenants, because I think that's the last thing that any of us want to see happen is see current tenants being displaced. And just finally on the cost of the program, the staff estimate is around $2 million. And I think it was really important for me and for committee that that cost be paid for in its entirety by the property owners who benefit from the investments in their properties and the income from that they gain from those properties. If you divide that out over the average of 2,000 properties is expected to be regulated over the 2-year pilot, that's an average of around $500 per license per year. There's expected to be a little bit of variation in that, in the sense that there's a bit of question of whether, for example, if you get a zoning verification, you don't need to repeat that. Electrical licensing may only have to be done, once every couple years instead of every year. And I think one of the considerations that when staff come back with their fee schedule is that we're expecting that units that are, for example, rented to one tenant, to a family, the licensing fee should be less for that than it would be for that, for example, a rooming house, which is a much more complicated inspection and therefore would cost more. So if you can imagine a property that's being operated as a rooming house currently, the inspection for building code, fire code, electrical code is much more involved and much more comprehensive than it would be for then, a single family home. So we're expecting the fee structure to recognize that. So once again, just really appreciate council and council's support on this issue, and very pleased. And I know on behalf of the residents of Ward 8, they are very much looking forward to implementation of this pilot program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very supportive of this item, but I put my name on the list so I could speak to item number 6 and then item number 13. So if you could please put me back on the list for those items, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, we'll come back to you for sure. And Councillor Pearson, I do recall you have a conflict on this one, so can't speak to this one. Anyone else on this item? Okay, let me just clarify. I've got Councillor Farr here. Are you speaking to this item, Councillor Farr? Okay. So I got Farr, I've got Wilson, Nan, and Jackson are all on item 9. Okay, great, perfect. Councillor Farr, you're first up, and then Councillors Wilson, Nan, and Jackson. Councillor Farr.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief on this. The pilot as amended now. Good amendment, by the way. I will be focusing on in 6 months' time now on the question around how the buy-in is working out, voluntary buy-in, and anxious landlords to get going on the licensing versus ones that may be in a state of avoidance. And I think 6 months, that's a good time to hear that piece in what will be, I'm sure, a fulsome update. I just want to commend Councillor Danko in addressing something that's really been outstanding for us for about a decade or more. And certainly I appreciate that Councillor, I think we all do, Councillor Danko has recognized, Councillor White has had as well. We all know that when he really gets a hold of an issue, he goes extremely hard, probably harder than any politician municipally in our history. And this was one that he did a lot of work on, a lot of research, and a lot of advocacy, both obviously in his subcommittee, in planning committees of the past, and to all of us on council in a formal way. So I'm glad he was recognized. I look forward to, I think we all look forward to his return. I say that now, but at the first committee meeting that Terry returns to after about 2 hours, I'll regret that. But he'll be back soon, and I'm sure he'll have something to say about that as well. Just kidding, Terry. Finally, I just wanted to say that Councillor Danko, just back full circle here, called this an emergency, and he was very convincing, and he engaged with a lot of us in advance. He carried that torch. He was a dog with the bone, a la Whitehead style, on this particular issue. I'm not certain how many folks he convinced to delegate on this, but it was a wide array, and he rightly pointed out here in council today that it was, everybody from the Hamilton Burlington Real Estate Association, great delegation to lead off, and then all those advocates, Acorn and others, who did a tremendous job. I listened and watched with interest. And, Councillor Clark started this conversation by asking that question about confirming how these fees can be passed on. And you, Mr. Mayor, have rightly mentioned that that's a concern. That's a real concern given rental rates. And certainly that was top of mind for me as well. But the alternative really is an emergency. I believe that. I mean, I dealt with and was widely supported on an emergency in my ward and other wards actually in this same very busy week. And so I know it's important that we get support when ward councillors bring these things forward, and it was brought forward in an exceptional manner. It's a very well worded, and all bases are covered. So I commend Councillor Danko for that. Thanks very much.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. We have Councillor Wilson at this point, and thanks for previous speakers for sticking to the 5-minute rule. Councillor Wilson, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Likewise, from me, I would like to highlight the ongoing intelligence that Jim Gordon from Bylaw was able to provide me over these last 3 years, and the work of Timothy Lee, and just responding so professionally and with great detail to all of these efforts to get us to this point. I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to my predecessors in Ward 1 who are service to all the residents, and I'm speaking specifically of Aidan Johnson and Brian McCaddy, who worked diligently and tenaciously to try and highlight the issues that are facing the renters and the neighborhood in Ward 1 on these matters. And it sometimes it looks like change just happens, but it's usually and always a consequence of a long process of trying to reframe, inform, highlight, and work collaboratively. And on that front, that includes the diligent, exhausting work of the Ainslie-Wood Neighborhood Association, the Westdale Neighborhood Association, and what I consider to be my partners in service, those groups, and the McMaster Students Union, who have been every budget presentation, every time on this matter, on the subcommittee, just diligently and professionally with data and facts speaking to this issue. And I admire them, and I'm happy to serve alongside them in trying to represent the interests of students who I have always considered to be residents. And of course, this is not exclusive to them. And also to recognize the important work that Councillor Whitehead has done over the years in this regard, and I certainly will be sending him a note of thanks. On matters of principle on this, Mr. Mayor, the licensing, the registry is a suite of issues that I consider to be important to this municipality in recognizing that rental housing serves an important role. And we can and we must provide affordable housing to households of varied income levels. And it's a city priority for us. And that our affordable housing strategy cannot and should not be an acceptance of substandard shelter. Unsafe, unhealthy homes put people of all ages at risk. And in this measure, we're just seeking to ensure that landlords ensure that their investments meet the basic legal requirements and compliance standards, particularly fire and electrical. So thank you, and also to Councillor Danko, of course, for his diligence on this matter. I really appreciate it. And of course, to members of committee, thank you very much for your support, and to council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Nan?
Thank you. Looks like I'm unmuted.
You were unmuted. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Ready to
Through
go.
you. Also wanted to share a few comments, and definitely in recognition and thanks the platitudes have been already named, and so I wanted to add my voice to recognizing the staff, but also the planning committee colleagues and those who came before, and as well as all of the residents who not only delegated on the pilot rental licensing program this week, but all the residents who've been coming forward and sharing their lived experiences. This program is critical to ensure safe and dignified housing, albeit for the pilot wards, but from the perspective of Ward 3, where we have among the highest number of households that are occupied by renters versus homeowners, and where over the course of the last 18 months, some of the most disheartening situations my office has had to support is to provide direct support to neighbors through this pandemic who've had to deal with some pretty dire negligence on the part of landlords, especially impacting the sense of safety, security, as well as the personal dignity of many of our neighbors. And it's my hope that this program will be scalable, as I believe it will deliver key tools in moving forward other policy areas that this council is moving towards, including establishing a comprehensive rent evictions regime, as well as the vacant homes tax, which both rely on a robust system of licensing and identification of all available rental units, so that we are working from a data-informed perspective as we move the suite of policies that will help address safe, dignified, and affordable housing moving forward. So again, thank you to all my colleagues. It's an important step, and I'm very much in favor of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Jackson?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to just acknowledge how magnanimous it is that both Councillor Danko and Councillor Wilson have expressed their appreciation to Councillor Terry Whitehead on this specific matter. Mr. Mayor, I'm very supportive of number 9. I'm going to offer a different twist, and my colleagues, I'm sure, will be looking skyward as I say a few things. But Mr. Mayor, some of us who provided concerns on rental units, period. I know this is student housing. Trust me, I have many friends, some family in Ward on the West Mountain and in the Westdale area. I've driven through, I went to McMaster years ago. I know what's evolved in several of those neighborhoods adjacent to the educational institutions. It's horrendous. It's disgusting. Those landlords, honestly, they should be shamed. And many of them, I'll bet, are out-of-town investors, absentee, and don't give a rip about a good neighbor policy and being community partners in terms of enhancing the neighborhoods adjacent to these educational institutions, but are just in it for profit and maxing out profit and jamming in as many students and residents in a particular site with no regard for property standards whatsoever. When I saw some of the Channel 11 clips from the planning meeting that Councillor Danko and Wilson led to have committee support rental housing in this pilot, when I saw some of the clips, I was just appalled by the property standards and the lack of public health, the display of couches and garbage. And for the law-abiding residents in both of the Ward 1 and Ward 8 wards, primarily, it spills a little bit into Ward 14, but primarily Wards 1 and 8, I wanted to cry for those law-abiding residents that had to put up with this nonsense for many years that's gotten out of control. So my point, Mr. Mayor, is back to the secondary dwelling units issue, back to policy 19 that allows single family homes to conversions, and yes, this bigger student housing issue, primarily in 2 or 3 wards in our city. All I tried to do over the last year or two was either get a condition before conversions, before rentals, of owner occupation of the existing rental conversions and the rental housing and student housing, owner occupied, and or a good neighbor policy embedded within the legislation before any rentals were allowed. I'm hoping this form of licensing, site specific in these 3 wards, will bear fruit and will get a much better compliance, especially in terms of property standards, because I can tell you my East Mountain community, for the single home on a particular street, that does not have compliance and good property standards. I can tell you streets and neighborhoods have reached a point where they're fed up with it, and nobody should have to live under those conditions, either on the property itself and or adjacent and abutting to it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Those were all the speakers on item 9. So item 9 as amended is before you. All in favor of item 9, please indicate. Electronic vote will be up shortly. And those that are abstaining, I know that Councillors Pearson, Vanderbeek, and Marula indicated conflicts on this one. Good time to indicate your conflict.
Mr. Mayor, that carries 10-0.
Thank you. And on the Planning Committee as a whole, I hear Councillor Johnson, you had other items on the report you wanted to discuss. Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, number 6, this is the outdoor patio. I just wanted to reiterate what I said at the Planning Committee, and that was to thank Councillor Farr profusely, because I'll tell you, he was the one that pushed this. I was very reluctant, cautiously optimistic, but I have to say that it has been a resounding success. And I have not heard any complaints from any of the residents in my outdoor patios. And I just want to commend Councillor Farr for that hindsight or the foresight, whatever you want to call it, but way to go. And I just wanted to put that out there. And if anybody else isn't going to speak to that, I'd like to speak to number 13 as well. That was a motion that I put through with Councillor Clark. I'm just looking for you for direction, Mr. Mayor. Is there anybody else want to speak to number 6, or can I just jump over to number 13, please?
It's Friday the 13th. Did I mention that no, never mind.
Yeah, that you put eardrops or eye drops in your ears or something, right?
I'm not looking at any other items I have that I'm make sure that I'm not touching anything today. I'm just going to.
I think Councillor Farr wanted to speak on. I think Councillor Farr wanted to add to number 6, and then if you don't mind, I would like to go to number 13 with Councillor Clark.
Farr, feel free to add to number 6.
I didn't want to, but I want to thank Councillor Johnson for the remarks. It's funny when we go to different cities now, I keep looking at an idea that was really born in Hamilton that caught on across the province and really was encouraged shortly thereafter by MP Skelly, actually, in her role. So it's kind of neat, but also I think accolades have to go to Fred, to our mayor. Hugely supportive and engaging, not only on this, but of course, right around the same time, which was basically a month into the pandemic, getting the wheels in motion for the mayor's task force on economic recovery. The only thing, and so many things on top of this aspect that helps restaurants, that did, I agree with Councillor Johnson, little to no impact, which gets me to a mindset of, hey, maybe after the pandemic, we can figure out a way to keep a lot of these patios going. Certainly years ago, we started doing it on streets. That worked out well as well. So I just wanted to thank Mayor Eisenberger as well, and our councillors who sat on that task force, hugely responsive at a very early date, so long ago now in this pandemic, but extremely important. And it shows that we have the fortitude and the smarts as a local elected body to get on hitting the ground running as soon as humanly possible to help, especially from an economic development standpoint, but in so many other ways. Thanks.
Very nice. Thank you very much. And that included Councillors Danko and Councillors Nan on the task force, and a lot of great community members that gave us some great advice, and much of which we've already implemented. And this is one of them. Thank you for that. Back to you, Councillor Johnson, on item 13.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, this was a motion that Councillor Clark asked me to move at the Planning Committee. And I am ever so grateful that not only did he ask me to do it, but that he composed it in such a way that it's so self-explanatory. The province, during the pandemic, the province lifted the requirement for construction to apply for any noise exemption. So the city has a noise bylaw for construction. I believe it starts at 7 a.m. and it ends at 10 at night. whereas the province has said, no, we're not going to do that because we wanted to expedite the medical facilities being built, and then it expanded into all construction. So both Councillor Clark and I, and I'm sure a few of others, have construction going, and it's going nonstop. And the residents who are at home are feeling the pain more than ever. So I'm really grateful. This motion is basically asking the province to not extend this noise exemption bylaw because it does come due, I believe, in October.
Yeah.
October 7th. So we're asking the province in this motion not to extend that it ends on October the 7th, and that we can go back to using our own municipal bylaws to restrict the noise that is the cause from construction. So thank you very much, Councillor Clark. I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, and the thrust is to not make it a permanent feature of construction going forward, which I totally agree with. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank Councillor Johnson for moving this motion and sponsoring it at the committee. I first became aware of this exemption that was done by a regulation with the province when residents that are living around Mount Albion School under the Hamilton District School Board started complaining about late evening construction. And when I visited the site, I was amazed at how loud it was and that it was going on for so long. I reached out to the local trustee and the school board. They seemed unable to rein in their contractor, and the loud construction noise continued. I used municipal law enforcement. They're now monitoring it for a noise outside of that regulation. But if you can think of a construction site in basically an institutional building going from early morning hours, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning to well after midnight, that's what's been going on around Mount Albion School. And the residents have been enduring that. So I don't agree with how the province implemented this regulation. Ideally, I'd like to see it rescinded as soon as possible, but I certainly don't want an extension to it because this is becoming incredibly unfair and one way. So I thank Councillor Johnson for moving the motion, and I thank the council for consideration of the motion. And if you could come back to me on item number 10 at the appropriate time, sir, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I see no further speakers on this item, so we do have a need for a separate vote on item 8. If I could indulge members of council at this point, item 8 is, let me just go back to, I think it was one of the areas that was identified as a conflict for some. And item 8 is the amendment to the Property Standards and Vital Services bylaw. And so I'm not sure who declared a conflict, but notwithstanding, there was a request to have a separate vote on item 8. So we can do that now.
Sorry, Mr.
On
Mayor,
item-
could you just have clarification on what the bylaw is and who declared the conflict and if it's related to tenant and landlord issues?
Right. Yes, and clerks can confirm that. So it's property standards with respect to improvement to maintaining it and involving rental properties and apartments described in the detailed background appendix A. So
Okay, so I will declare an
correct that it relates to rental properties. And for those that are declaring conflict of that, Councillor yourself, Councillor Vanderbeek, Councillor Pearson would want to indicate an abstention on this one. So on that note, all those in favor, those opposed, and abstaining.
Mr. Mayor, that carries 10-0.
Thank you. And 2 items, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity. I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention that in my capacity as a commissioner on the Niagara Escarpment Commission, I took the direction from council and staff to request that the Niagara Escarpment Commissioner chair meet with the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry to advocate for the amendment to Ontario Regulation 826 under the Niagara Escarpment Planning and Development Act to add Pleasant View survey lands to the area of development control. That advocacy occurred. The ministry and minister posted the proposal July 23rd of this year, and there is a 45-day comment period to September the 6th. Pending the comments through the environmental registry, then the minister will be in the position to actually sign off on the regulation, putting Pleasant View survey lands now under the Niagara Escarpment Development Control, which feeds right into the interim control bylaw. So I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention the current status on the file. Thank you, sir.
Any other items on the planning committee report? Seeing none, thank you. On the planning committee report then, as amended, all in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that carries 13-0.
Great, thank you. We're turning to the Board of Health report. Councillor Wilson, if you would, put a motion forward to put Board of Health report.
Thank you. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Johnson, that the Board of Health Report 21-008, being the meeting held on Wednesday, August the 11th, 2021, be received, and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Great, thank you. I do have an amendment myself, so if I can ask Councillor Marula to take the chair for a moment. And the amendment relates to item 2 in the report, which is the mandatory COVID-19 vaccine and vaccine passport program that was introduced by Councillor Farr, and certainly I think supported by all members of council. And I just wanted to add, as I mentioned, a discussion I had with the Premier yesterday, who indicated that certainly it was not their intention to follow through on that, but their expectation is that the federal government do that. And so as inasmuch as this motion is addressed to the Premier of Ontario and the ministry, I would include the Prime Minister, the Federal Minister of Health, the Ontario Minister of Health and Attorney General was already included in the motion, and that we share this motion with all of our local MPs and MPPs to ensure that they're aware of Hamilton City Council's position on vaccine passports or vaccine verification. That's my amendment, Mr. Chair, and happy to speak to that just for a moment. You know what, I think in my view, it's inevitable that vaccine verification is going to become an issue, as already is an issue, and will become more of an issue as we bring more people back to work, especially here at City Hall and other places, but throughout the broader community. And we're no stranger to vaccine verification records. I think we all have a vaccination record from childhood on. And I say all, I would say 99.999% of the population already has a vaccine record, and we've all been subjected to various vaccines for all the right reasons, for various calamities that vaccines were developed for. And so this is just one more area that I think needs to be addressed to ensure the safety of the public at large and their understanding that they're working in an environment of vaccinated individuals, and that we continue to encourage all members of the public to get the vaccine, because it really is the ultimate path for us to get to that level of normalcy that we all want to participate in. And even though things are somewhat improved right now, there is still inherent caution around the Delta variant and the acceleration of the spread in our communities. And Hamilton is no stranger to that. And certainly we need to be mindful of that caution. And certainly the scars and predictions that if we didn't continue to adhere to masking and physical separating and not gathering too many people indoors, that we're going to be susceptible to a fourth wave. And we're all reading in other parts of the world where this fourth wave is challenging the healthcare system and challenging the ability for them to provide care being overrun by COVID-related entries into our intensive care units that we've avoided now to this degree. Had those challenges in the past, don't significantly have those challenges right now, but could have if we don't have continuing vaccination going forward. So as part and parcel of that, I think the vaccination passport and verification issue is going to be critically important. And I'm very pleased that this council, I believe, unanimously indicated their support for that. And I think we need to translate that support to our federal and provincial partners effectively to both, because I believe that it needs to be a federally mandated law. I think the Premier is not wrong on that. And I don't believe it is in our interest to do a attempt to do a localized version of a passport, because I think that is fraught in the absence of a law, in the absence of a national standard, is going to be fraught with nothing but complications for us as an individual municipality. So I like this. I understood the sentiment, and I understood the desire to inspire people to get more vaccinations, but the reality is we need a federal standard that applies right across the country in every municipality and affects all peoples in our community. So on that, I put forward the amendment to include the Prime Minister, the Federal Minister of Health, and all MPs and MPPs in our support for a vaccination verification or passport, whatever we want to call it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my comments. I'll just take the chair back. Are there any additional comments on the amendment? Madam Clerk, I didn't see a list on the amendment, so I see hands. So I see Councillor Nan, and I see Councillor Clark pop a hand up. So Councillor Nan, start with you.
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Absolutely. In favor of the amendment, in favor of the original motion at Board of Health as well. Had much positive response in the community to the Board of Health decision. There has been an overwhelming sense of relief by a lot of Hamiltonians. I've gotten emails and correspondences from people right across the entire city, not only in Ward 3, who are very encouraged by this proactive direction by the Board of Health, and now hopefully today ratified by Council. Just wanted to offer a friendly amendment, and that is, as I did at Board of Health, encouraging Councillor Farr to add other municipalities and AMO, that with the scope change that we do so in terms of FCM and national municipalities as well. Thank you.
Yeah, and I was remiss in adding that, but 100% right. So I think that's a friendly amendment that will be added to the overall motion. Remind me who I did see earlier. I think
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I could just get clarification on Councillor Nan's comment on national municipalities.
Well, I will turn to you, clerks. I've seen it written in many different ways. It's usually forwarded to other municipalities, AMO and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
Okay.
I think if we forward it to AMO and FCM, that really covers all municipalities across the country.
Yes.
So I don't think your intent is to send this to all municipalities right across the country. That is many, many, many thousands. But AMO and FCM will facilitate that.
Yes, and we also already have included local municipalities.
Yep, thank you. I have Councillor Clark and then Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank you for your amendment, because I think it is most appropriate that it start at the federal level and then come down to the municipalities. I did add the friendly amendment to the motion at committee where permissible by law, because there are some laws in different provinces that are going to be a bit of a challenge. In Ontario, we have the Personal Health Information Protection Act, which gives individuals the right to decide what personal health information is shared. So there's going to be lots of discussions in terms of how the federal government and the province can move forward with this. I recall, as the mayor does, the vaccination certificates, or we had them when we were in school. I had a long list of vaccinations that we had to receive. I recall receiving vaccinations in school, which for me was very traumatic, but for others, not so much. So I just want to thank the mayor for putting it into the federal bailiwick, and then it would naturally feed down into the provinces, and hopefully they can resolve this quickly, given what's going to be called on Sunday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I fully support this also. And I was very public about it at committee. And I appreciate the clarity you're providing also. I don't know whether there's a federal election, whether they can still move ahead with a passport, if you will, or a sticker for your passport. But surprisingly, I'm getting quite a few emails firmly objecting to us taking this position, which surprises me because I don't think anybody, particularly businesses and all the employees, want another lockdown. And with this fourth wave coming at us with the Delta variants you mentioned is a real risk. But I just have a question for our city solicitor so I can respond to some of these emails. I got one this morning from a constituent that says, you know, you're highly opposed to us doing this thing as a passport violates the Charter and Bill of Rights in Canada and is direct violation of creation to have force a medical procedure, which is a violation of the Nuremberg Treaty. And as you said earlier, and others, we do mandatory vaccinations all the time, particularly with children. So to the city solicitor, is this a bunch of bunk, this Nuremberg Treaty, when it involves public health? Do we have the right to mandate vaccinations and passports? I see Dr. Richards has turned her screen on too, so maybe she'd like to answer it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I thought I might start out and then leave the remainder of the legal arguments to, of course, our solicitors who are much more learned in it. I did just want to talk about mandatory vaccination and the context in which it happens. So when we talk about vaccinations being required, there's always an alternative that involves not being vaccinated. And so when you look at the Immunization School Pupils Act, there is the requirement to provide vaccination records to be vaccinated. And if you choose not to or cannot be vaccinated, because both of those things can apply where medically somebody's unable to be vaccinated, then there are ways to document that. And there are alternatives for those individuals who choose not to be. So under the Immunization School Pupils Act, you're required, if you choose not to have your child to be vaccinated, you're required to undergo an education session. And if they are not vaccinated, they are excluded from school during outbreaks of that disease and excluded from school if no vaccination record or no decision essentially is registered with public health. So similarly, when it comes to COVID-19, what you're seeing in the policies and what's being rolled out there's still an element of choice. There isn't that somebody is required to be vaccinated. It's that you're required to show whether or not you've been vaccinated. And if you've not been vaccinated, then there are things that you won't have access to the same sort of events. You may not be, you may be required to continue to undergo testing, for example. And so when you look at what's happening in long-term care facilities, they're required to share their vaccination status. And if they are either not been vaccinated or refuse to share their status, then they must undergo an education session and they must have ongoing testing because they're not vaccinated. And so similarly with any of these schemes that are being discussed or being utilized elsewhere in the world, there's still an alternative in terms of being vaccinated, but that either decision comes with consequences that are commensurate with that decision.
Thank you. And Stephen?
Through the mayor to Councillor Ferguson, as Dr. Richardson has pointed out, this is a very complex area from a legal perspective, which involves personal rights, human rights, and charter applications. The issue is one of reasonable accommodation and reasonable restriction associated with the rights of individuals as Canadians. And so I do not think it is fair to say that the legal argument is without merit, but I would not want to comment on the merit of the legal argument because I think it's a position that's being advocated by many. I think Dr. Richardson's position with regards to the law provides for reasonable accommodation for those that cannot for various reasons. And there's a number of protected grounds in which an individual can refuse to comply with requests of this nature. And that is constitutionally protected rights. There are also human rights. And as Councillor Clark quite rightly pointed out, we have laws in the province that protect health records and information with regards to medical records, and they need to be considered. So there's a very delicate balancing of both constitutional rights, federal law, and provincial law that's required for us to come up with a solution that provides for the maximum level of protection for individuals in preventing the spread of COVID, while also recognizing those rights of those individuals for accommodation and for restrictions associated with those decisions that are made.
And from very layman's perspective, does the Constitution deal with issues that are public health involved, where you're endangering others if you don't get vaccinated?
Through the mayor to Councillor Ferguson, the Constitution does deal with the individual rights and freedoms of members of Canada, individuals, residents of Canada. And as members in that collective society, there are going to be situations where one individual's rights may come up against another's individual's rights. So an individual's right to certain preservation of security of the person, certain freedoms with regards to things they do or do not engage in. They, from time to time, will interact and interfere with other individuals' rights. And so there's a balancing act that needs to take place, and there are provisions within the Constitution that provide for that balancing. And the courts are usually the arbiters of how that is to be balanced and remedied. And so at the end of the day, there will no doubt be a situation where the exercise of an individual's rights under the Constitution may impact upon the rights and freedoms of other individuals. And normally those issues are dealt with either by way of parliamentary direction or by way of Supreme Court Canada decision.
Okay, so it sounds like we're on pretty solid ground then to proceed with passport, for example, and vaccinations when there's an alternative. If they choose not to get vaccinated, they're excluding from doing certain things. I'm just trying to put it in layman's terms and how I can put it in an email in response. Have I got that close?
Through the mayor to Councillor Ferguson, I believe it's perfectly within our federal government to provide direction and guidance to us in this instance, and I believe that the province will also be part of that meaningful conversation. And I don't see anything wrong with us requesting support from both levels of government in reaching a conclusion on this. But I agree with Mayor Eisenberger, this is a matter that should be discussed with the higher levels from a governance perspective, and then their insight and direction should be sought to provide us with guidance on how to move forward.
Okay, thank you to both of you. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I will be supporting this motion. And I, not like some of my other colleagues who say they got supportive emails and calls, I did not. I had numerous, quite irate residents communicating with me yesterday. I stood by my position of supporting this. And, you know, I'm proud to say that I do have my records, my children's records as far as being vaccinated. For different immunities over the years. And I appreciate these records because they certainly help citizens going forward. And I've had calls from citizens that didn't have their records and are now trying to scramble to see whether they got certain vaccines over their years, or their children having to go to school. You have to prove that you had your immunization record. So I mean, I don't see the huge concern that's being, you know, brought forward by some. I took it after about the third call yesterday. It was very similar, put me in mind of last July when we dealt with the mask issue. And it was like, wow. And now you look at the community has accepted that. And ironically, I remember asking the Dr. Richardson, medical officer of health, could we not mandate and require that masks be worn everywhere? And there was concern at that time. We just said, yes, we implement masks. But you know, it's the business owners, just as mentioned, we want to get past this. They want to get past this. It's the business owners. You can't walk into Fortino's without a mask. You can't walk into Shoppers without a mask. They put the signs up. And I'm proud of that. I think this is where we have the teamwork and saying, you know what, we can go so far as a council, but people out there want to take it to the next level and make sure we can get past this COVID issue. So I really appreciate that the motion that you put on the floor the other day, absolutely support and glad that it's going to the higher level. I will comment, it's interesting because one citizen commented that it was a contravention of their Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom. And I have the charter on my wall in my office. And it's interesting because under the one item, it talks about mobility rights. And we have rights as Canadian citizens to enter and exit this country anytime we want, but you have to have a passport. So that's not in the charter, but that is a requirement today. So I don't look at this as being any different. I'm concerned, you know, with all the efforts of what our staff have done. I mean, we keep hearing that Hamilton is still not at the level we need to be for vaccinations. We are still lower than many other communities in Ontario, and we have a high level of COVID out there. So and it's not with our staff not doing absolutely everything we can, but let's just keep pushing this forward. And I am absolutely totally supportive of this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Always been a strong proponent of this and appreciate your lead on it and the motion. But I do not think that this conversation should be framed in an either or. You should have a vaccine to protect yourself, your family, and your community. But a vaccine enables you to participate. And Hamilton regrettably has some of the lowest vaccination. We are below the provincial average for vaccine rates. And it is incumbent on us, and I know staff are dedicated to the cause, that understanding the social determinants of health that cause some people not to participate. And therefore, we need to be agile, flexible, and custom oriented in our vaccination strategy. There are many people out there who don't have a vaccine, not because they're opposed to vaccines. There are people out there because they're still not able to get to the vaccine clinic. Their hours do not able them. Their care supports do not able them. They have some mental health challenges. So I don't want this to be, I just wanted to add that element to it. We're not seeking to be punitive. We are seeking to be preventative, but recognizing that we have to increase the scope of this discussion in such a way that we recognize those social determinants. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Thank you. Appreciate the previous comments. I did move this as inspired by you, Mr. Mayor, at Public Health. It was unanimously approved. I actually believe that if I hadn't have been the first time speaker, the next one would have moved it, or the one after, or the one after. It ended up being a great discussion. And I think more than anything, in what I spoke to, a motivation. Because of our statistics right now, soon to be 80% double vaxxed in Hamilton. I know our outreach is going to be phenomenal in the next couple of months, but it's conversations like just the conversation, let alone the motion like this, that inspire people to get out. And most people are going to get out. When we're talking about the anti-vaxxers, it's a small minority. They've been very vocal to apparently all of us, not just me, since in the last couple of days since this motion. And fair enough, some of them have articulated their position very strongly and somewhat scientifically in some cases, but not as scientifically as the other side of this argument. But one thing for sure with that small group of what's remaining in terms of who gets the double vax in this city, I'm sure of it. It's a very small minority, but they're vocal right now. They're feeling the heat. And they're feeling the heat because we're having this conversation. But more importantly, the fact that we're having this conversation about a passport I might need to go to a pottery shop or my favorite restaurant or anything that's non-essential or a priority for all folks like healthcare or grocery stores. The anti-vaxxers, in no way are we suggesting you can't go get your food or your medical attention, but a passport for a lot of other things as a national conversation, perfect amendment. I think it's prudent, and certainly it's great that this is getting the kind of attention it is, because we're going to be doing some significant to the door type outreach coming up to reach those individuals that, for whatever challenges they may have, it's not that they don't want to be vaccinated, they will be vaccinated. So this is really important. And all of the amendments, Councillor Nan, Councillor Clark, and Mayor Fred Eisenberger, are much appreciated. So thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you. So on the amendments, I don't think we voted on that as yet, have we? I don't believe so.
No, we have not, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry?
We have not, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah,
And we
I
do
didn't
need
think
a
so.
seconder.
Yeah, and Councillor Farr will be a seconder on the amendments. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Farr, and the amendments were all elucidated earlier, including FCM, the MPs, the MPPs, and everything we've talked about. All in favor of moving forward on that basis as amended?
We're waiting. Okay, we've got it. That carries 13 to 0, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And then on the report itself, as amended, all in favor?
That carries by a vote of 13 to 0.
Thank you. To the Public Works Committee report of August the 11th, Councillor Vanderbeek, a motion to put the report on the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Narendra Nan, sorry, Councillor Nan, that the Public Works Committee report 21-011, being the meeting held Wednesday, August 11th, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any items that folks would like to speak to in the report? Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. There is an item 2, of course, emerging, I think it's emerging overflow to Ancaster Creek. Apologies if I have the name of the report wrong. But there is a motion that reads that staff be directed to apply to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks for the installation of stormwater overflow into Ancaster Creek that I would like a separate vote on and to speak to, please, at the appropriate time.
Okay, this is the appropriate time, and I sense that we may have a speakers list on this item. So let's start on item 2. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not a member of Public Works, so I was not there for the discussion and the debate. I'm hoping that Mr. Grice is available, or Mr. McKinnon. Just so I understand, this is about a longstanding issue in an area of Ancaster. Plans were in place, and staff said in their information report to Public Works that there is a plan to remove sources of inflows from private properties, a very cost-effective solution to flooding, and it's forthcoming. And it listed at the end of that report some significant factors and features that would, the idea of allowing outflow into Ancaster Creek, which, as we now fully appreciate, is a very important urban waterway. It makes its way into Cootes Paradise and thereafter into our harbor and Great Lakes. It talks about in that report the significant reputational risks to this municipality to enable untreated effluent to make its way into that urban waterway. It talks about, I think, if not some of the advancements that we're making in treatment on site. And it talks about the concern to the natural environment and our whole ecological integrity, including our fish habitat, to enabling this kind of outflow to enter. On that basis, I would ask staff to provide any other further detail, but I would strongly, I will be letting you know that I cannot support the direction as it is set down in this report. I think it's regressive. I don't think it's in the interest of our environment, and I don't think it's in the interest of our efforts that we have significantly made and are going to continue to make to enhance the integrity of our urban waterways. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned the report, so this is not the report. This is now the Public Works approved recommendation moving forward. The report itself was actually in recommended a different course of action. So Councillor Jackson, are you on item 2? Don't see Councillor Jackson at the moment. Again, others on item 2, including myself, Councillor Clark, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Ferguson, and myself. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Thank you. And to be clear, I'm not a member of the Public Works Committee. I watched the video. So can I ask first, because I think this was an amendment from Councillor Ferguson, if I grasped it correctly, if Councillor Ferguson could provide council with his motivation and intention in moving that amendment. I think it's important that we understand what the challenges are that his community is facing.
Okay, so directly to Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Ferguson, what's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to explain it to you. This has been a long problem area on Old Dundas Road. For people unfamiliar with that location, if you've ever gone to the old mill, just before you start up to the grade to go into the mill entrance, there's a pumping station down there. And it's been overloaded a number of times, and staff have done a great job in trying to improve the capacity of that pumping station. And but there has been failures, and it backs up into the homes that you would pass when you were heading up to the mill. I'm trying to define it so if anybody has gone in that direction, they understand it. I've been out there on a number of occasions with staff, and in fact, there was one occasion where I had to see for myself. So Mark Bainbridge and I went into a house, a brand new home, beautifully finished basement, and the sewage was about 2/3 of the way up the basement wall. And so that clearly is unacceptable. This is sanitary sewage coming out of the sanitary sewer. So over the last few years, staff have made tremendous advancements in trying to fix this problem. Whether it's upgrades to the pumping station, they also installed a very, very large diameter pipe on Montgomery Drive so that when the sewer fills up, it'll back in and fill that storage tank up before it starts to back into the homes again. And and they're also, as they've been doing all over the city, particularly on the areas around Shadow Creek, doing smoke tests on the sanitary sewer to look for smoke to come out each troughs, and which is looking for cross connections. But that's a long, ongoing process to try to fix that. It's interesting, they get the odd call from somebody saying there's smoke in their house and it's coming from their sump pump. Well, because their sump pump is hooked up to the sanitary sewer. And so it's able to go in and try to fix that. So we're taking all the necessary precautions available to us to try to fix this problem. And so the report came in from Mark Bainbridge that they consider this matter closed. And I just have trouble with that, because if there's another catastrophic failure, and it would have to be catastrophic. However, with the climate change, we're seeing large storms, and this system, the pumping station got overwhelmed again through storm infiltration that may or may not be happening. And the station can't keep up with it, and it backs into the storage tank and fills it up, and then we're flooding basements again. And if that happens, the sewage is going into Ancaster Creek anyway, because these homes are right along Ancaster Creek. So it would fill the basements up, run out the basement windows, and run into Ancaster Creek. So it's going to happen anyway in a catastrophic failure. However, this time you're destroying and causing significant damage to about 30 or 40 homes along that Old Dundas Road that sits in the low part. And so the motion is not to install it. And this is where little information is always dangerous. The motion is to ask the MOE, who can only ones that can give approval, to consider it and let us know. In all likelihood, they'll turn us down. But at the end of the day, I still have to show those homeowners I'm trying to protect their interest. Nobody wants to dump sewage into Ancaster Creek, especially me. But when you have a catastrophic failure, it's not fair to fill up the basements of those homes before it runs into Ancaster Creek. Hence, I put forward this motion to ask the MOE to give it consideration and report back to us. And that's what it's all about.
Thank you. That's a full and considered explanation. So Councillor Clark, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor Eisenberg, and thank you, Councillor Ferguson, for that, because I think it's important that we understand what the issue is that we're trying to resolve. Can I ask Mr. Grice or Mr. Bainbridge, if I said that correctly, what is the requirement from a municipality when assessing a discharge of effluents into the natural environment? If we're going to be asking the province for permission to do this, surely there has to be some qualifying documents or assessments that need to be done to ensure that this is something that is acceptable to the province.
Okay, thank you. Andrew Grice, Director of Water Wastewater, or?
Good afternoon, or good morning, Mayor, and through you, it's Gordon McGuire, Director of Engineering Services. I am acting General Manager today. Unfortunately, both Andrew and Mark are not available today. I do have Gary Vanderpert from Hamilton Water available. I did have a conversation with Mark this morning about the process and what may need to be undertaken. At a high level, since Wednesday, they've been trying to explore some of the options that are going to need to be presented to the MOE or the MACP, pardon me. But at this time, that's kind of basically the information I've got, and I'm going to have to flip it over to Carrie.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, my understanding as well is that they will be reaching out to, staff will be reaching out to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks to understand what is required and really to see sort of what the process is there regarding approvals. And if approval would happen to be granted, it would be, likely be a long process. So an application would go in, likely to the ECA for that pumping station to amend the ECA, and that's a process that would certainly take some time.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the issue that the councillor is dealing with. The way the amendment is worded is that we're going to apply to the ministry for the installation of a stormwater overflow into Ancaster Creek, and I think that wording is problematic in that we have not done an assessment as to what the environmental impact would be to that decision. So I think there needs to be some type of amendment to that where we explore options with the Ministry of Environment or something to that effect. I think it is counterintuitive to request the installation of a stormwater overflow into Ancaster Creek, giving the millions of dollars we're going to be spending at the other end in Cootes Paradise to clean up that issue. And so although I understand the issue and it is an issue for the councillor and the residents that live there, I don't understand, because I've not been provided a report that indicates how they're mitigating it currently with all of the money that they have spent and what's the risk of further catastrophic failures. And what's the environmental risk to Ancaster Creek if we have a direct effluent discharge. Finally, I would indicate that the province, the Ministry of Environment, is really seized with this idea of sewage discharges into the natural environment around Lake Ontario. Hamilton is not the only one that's having this issue. Many municipalities are doing exactly what Hamilton has been doing, is that any overflows end up going out into the natural environment, but the ministry is pushing municipalities to correct that, and we've spent an awful lot of money in Hamilton trying to correct that, and we have more to do. So I would just ask that we consider some type of amendment to the wording on this so that we're making inquiries to the Ministry of Environment and not directly applying, because we've not done the work to provide evidence for the application. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge on this item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I had a lot of questions, which some of them have been answered in that there are no answers at this point. And I too would have preferred to have a report back outlining options or studies or something. And you know what? I understand what Councillor Ferguson is dealing with. I have the utmost respect for the work that he does for his residents. But as a member of the Source Water Protection Committee representing this council, I find it would be just so wrong to support any anything that would allow sewage to flow into Shadoke Creek. And I understand, and ultimately into Coots Paradise, and I understand where the residents, where they are, where the location is, the creek. But, you know, we're dealing with this at the Source Water Protection Committee, which is a provincial committee, and I don't sit on Public Works, so I wasn't privy to the debate around the table, but you know, it is an issue that we deal with at the Source Water Protection, and the province is pushing back. They are pushing back on all municipalities. So I cannot, in good conscience, although I would, you know, like to support the councillor, I can't, in good conscience, support this. So I will be opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marula, if you would take the chair, I'm up next on the speakers list. Okay, Councillor Ferguson, you know, you had it first time. I think you're on for a second time, but notwithstanding, I'll just jump ahead. You know, I'm mindful of the report, and I think maybe I could ask through you to Gord or to Carrie the staff recommendation on this, which was that I think the report identified that they believe that the actions that have taken to date should provide the kind of remedy that would prevent this from happening in the future. You know, we don't have absolutes and guarantees, but obviously lots of steps have been taken to try to avoid backups into basements. So could we kind of get an overview of the staff report, the public committee staff report that basically said we don't believe that this action is necessary and that the current actions that have been taken would be appropriate to deal with the issue?
Through the chair, to you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll start and again defer to Carrie. In my conversations with Mark Bainbridge this morning about this topic and looking at the records that we've got, I believe in 2017 we installed an inline storage pipe on Montgomery, which is a part of this solution in order to help mitigate this drainage issue. In my conversation with Mark, he identifies that there's still some concerns around, you know, some infiltration, some I&I, but they're pursuing that as well. I will turn it over to Carrie, and hopefully she's got maybe a bit more detail for you.
Thanks, Gord. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I really don't have any more detail on this. I'm not familiar with the report myself, and unfortunately, I'm filling in for Andrew, who's out of office. So I certainly can take any questions offline and get back to you as soon as possible with answers.
All right, thank you. So let me now I understand the councillor is advocating on behalf of his constituents, wants to cover off any eventuality, and I get that. But I am struck by his comment, which is that, you know, no one would want to put, you know, raw sewage into the creek. And I think that's an absolute, and I don't think the ministry would want to do that either. And so if we don't want it, why are we asking them to consider doing it? So I'm not on for that. I just think it's the wrong thing wrong step to take. We're trying to do the exact opposite in all of our water courses, in fact, to try and prevent any of that material from getting into the rivers, creeks, streams, and into our larger bodies of water. And that's been our effort for the last 25 years. So to actively ask for a pipe that does exactly what we're trying to prevent sounds counterintuitive to me, and so I can't support that. However, you know what, getting an understanding of if there are other additional remedies that we need to consider to prevent any backflow issues into basements, that's certainly something that ought to be part of the ongoing conversation. And I don't believe the ministry has a role to play there. I think we have the role to play to make a determination as to are there any other remedies that we need to follow through on beyond asking for a pipe that discharges directly into a creek. So I'm not going to support the recommendation as it stands. I do believe that the report, you know, I think the request was that it be removed from the agenda. Doesn't sound like that we're quite ready to do that, that we need to continue to explore all options. and cover off any eventualities that might cause, backups into homeowners' basements for sure. If the alternative recommendation is to deny this, then certainly we need a report back from our staff to ensure that they're looking at all possible options or confirming that they believe that the remedies that we've introduced so far are going to be successful in the future. And that certainly I don't believe has been tested just as yet. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for a latitude on that, and I will not be supporting the recommendation in the item 2 as it's presented here in the Public Works Committee report. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over now to Councillor Nan for a first time, and then Councillor Ferguson second time. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Again, appreciating, like all my colleagues around the table, the issue that the councillor is dealing with, but I did make a commitment, and I was reminded of it since our Public Works meeting on Wednesday, that I will not knowingly use this position to harm our natural or sensitive waterways during the winter solstice of 2019. I made that commitment publicly. I made that commitment to the waterways as well, and in witness with our Indigenous water walkers. So from that perspective, and also having an opportunity to review the content of the report with a little bit more detail, and this conversation here today at Council about the need for us as a municipality to identify other remedies that might solve the problem that the councillor is facing with those residents, but more importantly for us to remain leading as a municipality in our sensitivity and our stewardship of our waterways, as I know the commitment exists around the table. So with that, I won't be able to, particularly in the information report, 2 pieces that stood out as really important information that I want to make sure is heard publicly is that an emergency overflow pipe at the Ancaster Creek would discharge to Cootes Paradise, and this discharge would be in opposition to the new Canada-Ontario Agreement on the Great Lakes Water Quality and Ecosystem Health, which includes the promotion of, instead, which I think is the remedies that folks are talking about, infrastructure planning and eligible investments that support the reduction of excess nutrients from source points, such as municipal wastewater treatment systems, including overflows, as well as enhanced environmental protection policies related to sewage overflows. And the second piece in the report indicating really clearly that allowing the spillage of raw sewage into a I can never say that word, tributary of Cootes Paradise and Hamilton Harbor seems counterproductive considering the expenses incurred in restoring these areas, and such a project would be harmful to the city's reputation for environmental stewardship. So I'll be no longer able to support the direction that's before us. Thank you.
It's tributary.
Thank you.
And,
I always have trouble with that word.
I struggled with Anishinaabe for quite a long time until I finally figured it out. So I completely get that. Councillor Ferguson, second time.
Yeah, just for the record, Mr. Mayor, this is my first time. That previous time I went on, I was answering a question addressed to me.
Technically, you're 100% correct, and you're on for a second. You're on. Second time, first time, doesn't matter.
And I too got the 2 emails from the people who live in Dundas who have the same ideology as a number of you do, that you don't want to ever be seen putting something that was discharged into a natural area. I think maybe you missed the point, a number of you, that's going there anyway if there's a catastrophic failure. If you know the area, these homes, the drains, the natural drainage from the surface runs into Ancaster Creek. So once the basements are full, which wouldn't take long to fill them up with raw sewage, they'll spill through the windows and run right into Ancaster Creek. So it's going to happen anyway. And I recognize, and we heard another resolution earlier today about belt and suspenders, and that's what this is all about too. The report, and there has been to those who are saying they want a report, there is a report. It came to Public Works, and Mark did a great job of laying it out, of all the corrective actions they've taken to try to prevent another failure like we experienced. And quite frankly, for those of you who have this ideology and make these very common statements, you need to stand partway down the stairs in people's homes going to the basement and see it full of sewage. And it might give you a better feel for what we're facing there. Mark was very thorough in his report, and they have done all they can do. It was very clear. And they put it in the storage tank. They put it in bigger pumps. And So, and they're trying to fix all the cross connections to prevent stormwater from getting into the sanitary system. So it'll probably never happen again. But stuff does. And all I want to do is protect those residents if it does happen again. And the only people that can give us approval to consider it is the Ministry of the Environment. And that's why it's all about just asking them. I have to answer to my constituents, and if the MOE turns us down, at least I've done my job of trying to protect them and what they're doing. Because I'm going to say this again, because I don't think it's getting through to a lot of you. If it happens, it'll go in Ancaster Creek anyway. It's very close to where these homes are. And so I just want to put the application into the MOE, see what their response is, because our staff have exhausted everything they can to fix the problem. And this is only for catastrophic failure that could happen again in the future. And we have a number of pumping stations that have overflow pipes on them. And they've only discontinued doing those recently. And this particular pumping station is one. And so I just put it out that let's put it into the MOE. Let's see what the response is. It would definitely come back to council anyway once that response happens. And then at least I've tried to find that to give them the insurance they need to make sure in a catastrophic failure, their basements won't be filled with sewage. I've encouraged them all to put in backwater valves. And this particular house I went down, it was two doctors lived there, a husband and wife, and they put a backwater valve in, but the contractor installed it after the discharge from a basement shower was hooked up. And so they didn't put it far enough forward or put it outside to make sure it would always work. And so everything come up through the shower and fill their basement up. And so I'm not asking you to give up your ideologies or contaminate creeks. Let's just see what the MOE thinks of how, if we can put this redundancy in place. So I seek your support. Thank you.
Thank you. First time, Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the surface, it sounds like it's something that nobody should support. But I need some clarity on an issue regarding Woodward, because my understanding is that we have that approval at Woodward, and we use that approval at Woodward to protect our own residents in the East End and in the downtown area. So I'm not going to stand here and based on principle and say this is wrong when our residents in the East End are benefiting from this very approval. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, can you elaborate on what the situation is presently with Woodward?
Okay, Gord?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to you, Councilor Marula. Unfortunately, I can't give you that answer, and I'm just trying to check right now with Carrie, and we'll probably have to circle back to you on that.
What do you mean? No one's here to answer a question on this issue that's on before us?
I can answer that question for you if you like. I mean, we bypass regularly.
No, Fred, no one's here from...
That sewage treatment plant. So,
No, Fred, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor?
Carrie is here.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I just heard that there's no one here from water on this issue, and we're talking about dumping sewage in the Coots or potentially asking for permission. Why is there no one here?
I believe it's vacation issues, but Gord, you can explain. You're sitting in for Andrew Grice, and who was the other?
Through the chair, to you, Councilor Marula. Yes, I am sitting in for Dan, and I believe Carrie's here on behalf of Hamilton Water, and we're just trying to communicate back and forth and determine this question.
Okay, but for future reference, I think if we have an issue of this magnitude before us, maybe somebody with direct knowledge of the issue should be present for a council meeting. Just on, I don't know, I might be wrong, but I know I'm not.
Fair enough. Okay.
So the answer is, I'm waiting for an answer.
Question.
I asked a question. Could somebody explain? We have this approval at Globe, sorry, at Woodward. So I need someone to explain how that approval to dump raw sewage into Lake Ontario to service the mountain and the downtown area, how that differs from what's being requested today.
Thank you. Garrett?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not particularly familiar with the all of the details around the approvals at Woodward. There is an environmental compliance approval that comes from the Ministry of Environment that gives us the approvals to discharge our treated effluent into Lake Ontario. And any overflows that happen during major rain events where we have bypasses. But unfortunately, I can't elaborate
So
on
on that point, so we've confirmed that that exists, and I know that exists because I consider myself to be a little bit in the know on this particular issue, having for 10 years dealt with raw sewage in people's basements, and we fixed it. So, but we had this as an option too under certain circumstances, because we know that the volume of rain that falls per second today is much greater than that of 20, 30 years ago. Hence, our capacity is just not there. So I think what I'm hearing from Lloyd or Councillor Ferguson is the people of Ancaster are asking for the exact same thing that the people of East Hamilton, Stony Creek, downtown, and Hamilton West has. If that's the case, then I support it. If it's not the case, then I don't support it. And for future reference, if Andrew, Dan, and Mark, for future reference, they should be here on issues of this magnitude, or don't put the issue on the agenda, because I'm a little bit disturbed by that fact. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The issue came through Public Works, so I'm going to turn to Councillor Clark for a second time, and then myself for a second time. Councillor Clark.
I share Councillor Marula's frustration because I'm trying to get answers to some questions, and the staff that actually have the answers are not here. My understanding from memory, only from memory, and given that I'm now 61, it may not be as great as it used to be. What I understood happened with Woodward is there were provincial orders made, and we came to an agreement in terms of what capital improvements were to be made at Woodward Sewer Treatment Plant. And the agreements with regards to effluent discharges were directly related to the hundreds of millions of dollars that we were spending on Woodward Sewer Treatment Plant, including a tertiary treatment system, which was a huge improvement for the city of Hamilton in terms of improving their effluent. The challenge that I have is that the motion is that we're applying to the Ministry of Environment for an application to discharge when we haven't done the work that needs to be done to go to the ministry to say, here's what we've done, here's why we want to discuss this. And so we need to start with that process rather than simply applying for the discharge. So that's my concern, and seeing no changes to the motion as it is currently written, I'll simply have to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. And myself, Councillor Marula, if you take the chair, and I hate to disagree with my friend Councillor Marula, but the reality is if we were creating a system today, we would not be creating a system with bypasses associated with it. This is historical, capacity issues at the sewage treatment plant that have been a burden. And I'll harken back to my first day as mayor, if I can reflect that story to you one more time, where, the storm was raging outside, and the city manager at the time, Glenn Peace, God rest his soul, came to me and said, we have an emergency happening at our sewage treatment plant because the wet well is about to overflow and it's going to brown out all of the pumps that protect the lower city of Hamilton's basements. And so if these pumps all brown out, we are going to have massive flooding in 60% of the basements in the lower city of Hamilton. That's not a desire, and that's not a design issue. It is a design issue based on the original design. If we were to design that today, we would never design our capacity issues in that way to allow for those kind of bypasses to happen. So to put a point on it, my understanding from the Public Works report was that they believe that the remedies that they've now put in place, which is some of the catchment expansion, combined sewer overflow tanks that we've done throughout the city, have been very, very successful in preventing a vast majority of effluent getting into our water streams and our water courses. And they have already put in some remedies to allow for the expansion of collection that would prevent backups in sewers in this particular area. I mean, this whole pipe issue, we could lay that whole pipe issue on the entire city of Hamilton and say, just to be 100% sure that there's never ever a sewer backup anywhere, let's create discharge pipes to ensure that if it's about to happen, it will go into a creek or a stream somewhere. So I'm just mindful of, and I completely understand. I don't think there's a double standard here. I think what we're doing is looking at whether or not we should be continuing to discharge. We should be looking at our sewage treatment capacity issues, and the capacity issue is the next major wet well issue that is going to be part of future investments to deal with flow. So right now we're highly focused on improving the treatment capacity of the facility, and we're doing everything we can to catch up on the issue of massive amounts of flow that are coming to us on a regular basis, far exceeding the 1 in 100 year storm. And that then leads us to many of the things that we've done: combined sewer overflow tanks, water retention ponds in all of our future subdivision development, oversizing of piping. All of those issues are happening on a regular basis to try and deal with those capacity issues. I don't think this one, based on the staff report, indicated that they believe that the remedies are already in place. And so what the councillor is asking for is a doubly insured notion that if another storm hits that far exceeds the storm that we're already experiencing, that flow would go directly into the creek.
Thank you.
I would hope to think that based on our staff's advice, that they believe that the remedies are already in place. Thank you, Councilor Rowland. I'm sure you're going to have an opinion on that, so you can do your counter. Thanks.
I just simply want to respond by saying, if we could get an answer about whether or not there's duplicity on this particular issue, then I'd be fine and not support it. But because we don't have anyone giving me that clear answer, how can I support anything before me when I haven't received the staff's opinion on whether or not Woodward presently, this is the largest public works project in the history of the city at Woodward, just as an FYI. And if we have approvals presently, after spending hundreds of millions of dollars to release raw sewage into Lake Ontario in the event of a catastrophic incident or 1 in 100 year storm, which personally I support that in that event, rather than having thousands of people have raw sewage in their basement. So if that's the case, I need that clarity before I answer. Before anyone should vote on this, we need to know that, because if we are being hypocritical, we at least have to do it openly and transparently. That's all I'm asking. So if we have that approval at Woodward, and that's what Councillor Ferguson is asking for, then we need to reconcile that. And that's all I'm simply saying.
So I'm advised, given your message, that Mark Bainbridge is joining the meeting to speak to this matter. So Mark is on the call. So let's turn it over to Mark Bainbridge to kind of give the staff perspective on this issue. Mark?
Now, through you, does Mark know the question? I don't want to, has he been listening in?
I'll ask him as soon as he appears.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are attempting to get Mark on the call, but I don't believe he has joined as of yet.
Okay, that's not the message I got. So okay, we'll keep asking him to appear. I mean, if we can, and Mark is critical to this, then we can defer the item and come back to it. There might be other public works items that we can get to so that we can get Mark on the call.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Let me ask if there's any other items in the public works report that people would like to speak to. Not seeing any. Okay, thank you. So while we're waiting for Mark to appear, I do have second time speaker Councillor Wilson, and I'm assuming Councillor Jackson. Yes, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I felt like a head coach with 2 minutes left in the game with all the timeouts I was calling.
You need a Fox 40 whistle. You need it.
Yeah, okay. You said you need a little filler time, Mr. Mayor, because I could fill.
If you have another item on the agenda that you want to speak to, let's do that, and then let's see if Mr. Bainbridge is available at this point.
Mr. Mayor, you could always break to me for commercial time. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Okay, 3 quick public service announcements, Mr. Mayor. Item number 9 of Public Works, private tree giveaway. Just want to commend Manager of Forestry and Horticulture, Sam Scarlett, and his team for following through on what many of us were doing individually from a ward and ward budget standpoint, offering our constituents who desire to have a tree to plant and enhance their property from an environmental aesthetic standpoint. We were doing it individually, about 7, 8 of our wards were this year, and we requested of Manager Scarlett if he come back with a citywide program. And as you see in item 9, Mr. Mayor, he's requesting funding both now and for the 2022 tax operating budget, a minuscule amount overall, about $60,000, that will provide hundreds of opportunities and trees across our city, a citywide program instead of individual ward budgets coming forward. So I just want to give a shout out and a big thank you to Manager Scarlett for that. Can I move on?
Thank you. Yep.
Okay, item 10, Mr. Mayor, to all the residents of the 7 streets in Ward 6, just want to quickly let them know that with approval today, hopefully, that these 7 streets, because of petitions submitted, will receive speed cushions to provide traffic calming in their lovely neighborhoods. Beacon Avenue, Moxley Drive, Rapallo Drive, East 45th, Oregon Crescent, Eaglewood Drive, and Fernwood Crescent. That's it for that item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
My last one?
Yep, go ahead.
And last one, Mr. Mayor, commercial e-scooters operations. We had a little bit of light-hearted banter at Public Works on this matter, Mr. Mayor, but on a very, very serious note, I believe that both Councillors Jason Farr and Councillor Narinder Nan deserve tremendous appreciation and credit and applause for several months ago when this report first came to us. They were very strong advocates and proponents for providing this additional mode of mobility in our community by way of offering several hundred commercial e-scooters over and above the private ones that council approved about 6 months ago. But we took a pause because we heard, Mr. Mayor, from some community voices, ACPD, the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities, Seniors Advisory Committee, SAC, and the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, the CNIB, who all expressed serious reservations and concerns several months ago of rushing into a program without checks and balances, of ensuring that there were safety measures for those that had disabilities, that would be very concerned with these e-scooters racing up and down our streets and potentially on sidewalks, even though they should never be on sidewalks, but potentially could be as well. So I just want to commend staff, Project Manager Peter Topolovic and Director Brian Hollingworth. They took under advisement the community voices, the concerns 3 months ago. And what we have today, Mr. Mayor, approved unanimously 2 days ago by Public Works, hearing from the industry people who already provide these commercial e-scooters in other cities across the country. Because of the 3-month pause and listening to community voices, Mr. Mayor, we actually have a model for the country of safety measures that apparently no other city will have to ensure safety for those that have disabilities and issues in terms of not being able to hear or see or be quickly able to move away from these commercial e-scooters that will be going up and down our roadways. So, Mr. Mayor, again, I want to commend the leadership of Councillor Nanning and Councillor Farr, who were strong proponents of saying we need this additional opportunity of mobility for a segment of our community and our citizens that wish to ride on e-scooters. I'm with all the amendments in place and the revisions from the original report, I'm strongly supportive of what's here today. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, for my 3 items.
Okay, thank you. Look, can I, let me just ask staff if there's a prospect of having Mr. Bainbridge join us, and if so, why don't we take a recess right now and allow them to do that? So take the lunch break, and hopefully between now and then they can determine whether he's going to be here or not, or have him on the line, and go from there. Everyone okay with that? Councillor Ferguson? Can't hear you, Councillor. Councillor, not coming through.
It may be easier if I simply defer this until the next meeting, so then Dan's here and Mark's here and Andrew.
So you want to defer it back to Public Works, in other words?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll do that. And
right.
I think it's just, rather than have this debate now, let's get the right staff in the room, because it carried unanimously at Public Works when the staff were there. And so why don't we just defer it back to Public Works, and then make sure when it comes back to council that the necessary staff, particularly Mark, because he's very familiar with it, can be with us.
Okay, that's
So I'll
fair,
move that.
fair recommendation. So we're referring it back to Public Works, moved by Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Marula. All in favor? Electronically, obviously. We'll allow the clerk to get that motion up as we fly. And then we'll deal with the Public Works report, and then we'll take our recess.
Mr. Mayor, I will be departing at 12:40, so I'll have to say goodbye. I have a meeting at 1 o'clock, a medical meeting, so I can't cancel it. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I trust that we still will have quorum when that happens. Should be mindful of that. Madam Clerk, are you able to get that vote up for us?
Mr. Mayor, if we can have someone move the item and who has not spoken to this, please, in order to do the referral.
Moved by Farr, seconded by Councillor Danko.
Thank you.
Thank you. I expect unanimous consent to move that back.
We're just waiting for Councillor Clark's vote to come through. Okay, we have it. That carries 13-0.
Great, thank you. On the balance works report, any other items? So move to approve the report, moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, seconded by, I can't remember who your seconder was, but I'm sure clerks have it. As amended, all in favor?
That carries 13-0.
Thank you, and I'll take a motion to adjourn recess and that we come back here at 12:20, 12:50, I should say, 12:55. All in favor? Does that require an electronic vote or show of hands?
We need a mover and a seconder, please, and it's
Moved by
electronic
Ferguson,
vote.
seconded by Jackson. All in favor of a half-hour recess? Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much. We'll see you back here at 5 to 1. Thank you.
Thank you. That carries 12-0.
Thank you. See you in a while. Thank you.
We are
I think
live.
I think I'm ready. Oh,
You
all
look
right.
fine.
Thank you very much. We are back and we are going to be dealing with item 5.6, which is the Audit and Finance Administration Committee report. Councillor Ferguson, a motion to put the report on the floor, please.
Yes, thank you. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pearson, that the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee 2112, being the meeting held on Thursday, August the 12th, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Great, thank you. Are there any amendments to the report? Or any comments or items that folks would like to lift out of the report? I see Councillor Clark and I saw Councillor Pearson. Councillor Clark, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't present for the AFNA meeting. I had a medical appointment. So I have a question about an amendment for 3.47. So the way I read it is we have 3.43 that says there has to be 2 days notice to councillors for a special council meeting. And then I read number 7, it says notwithstanding 3.3, they don't need to have notice. So I'm confused as to what we need and what we don't need.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes, through the mayor, Councillor Clark. So when we were looking at the procedural bylaw and we'd put forward amendments to governance committee in July, one of the things in the interim that we had discovered is that there is a bit of a gap for council regarding their governance in the procedural bylaw. So currently, yes, it is a 2-day notice for to call a special council meeting. However, there is only the opportunity if it is an emergency for council to call an emergency council meeting without notice. So in that meeting, the content has to fall under the definition of emergency, which we get from the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, which is something that occurred on Monday. However, if something comes up that may be urgent, where council needs to provide staff with direction or approve something, there was nothing within the procedural bylaw to give council the authority. So what staff recommended is that if the matter is urgent or extraordinary, the mayor may call a special council meeting with the majority of members approving that a council meeting. So it really gives council the ability to call a meeting, call a meeting of council under an emergency, gives council an opportunity to call a meeting without notice if it is urgent or extraordinary, without notice.
Thank
but
you.
not
And that's,
necessarily an emergency.
which I guess is my conundrum. So when it says it's seeking the consent of the majority members of council, or that we're going to be provide notice, so there would be no notice in item number 7. And what information will the councilors be provided to make the decision? And this is all stemming from this emergency meeting that just transpired, where ostensibly there was no notice to the public or to the council. And I'm trying to understand how councilors can make a determination to support or not support a call for a special or emergency meeting if they don't have the information in front of them to discern.
So through the mayor, it is the intention that the invite will outline the rationale for either calling the emergency meeting or calling a special council meeting that is urgent or extraordinary. And that it is up to the mayor to then define what the urgency is if he's going to be booking that meeting. And then it'll really be whether council wishes, any member of council wishes to reach out to the mayor to understand further the reason for that special meeting without notice or the emergency meeting being called, and that the rationale be explained there further if it's required in order for that member of council to decide whether they agree with the meeting being called or not.
So much like when we have an in-camera meeting and we require staff to provide us a report, because it is the council that makes the decision to go in camera and not staff. And they can only make that decision after discerning the report and whether or not the report justifies going in camera. My question is, a one-line sentence that indicates the reason for the special meeting doesn't provide any evidence to the councillors. So how can we fix this bylaw so that councillors are actually receiving a report that goes along with the notice that there's going to be an emergency meeting, and ask them for a decision?
Through the mayor, it is the intention of staff to provide that rationale from the mayor within the invite. That is our intention to do so.
And respectfully, I understand that, but a small paragraph indicating the rationale isn't giving us the report that supports the rationale.
Through
So
the mayor,
it's very subjective, and we need to ensure that the councillors have as much information as possible prior to making a decision to have an emergency meeting that cuts the public out of the discussion and provide short thrift to councillors in terms of their ability to research the item.
Andrea?
through the mayor, I agree with you, Councillor Clark. It's certainly something we endeavor to provide a report. If there is a report present, absolutely, council will get that report. There may be instances where, though, there isn't a report present due to the circumstances of the meeting being called. So absolutely, the most information we can provide committee and council to have that meeting, we will provide it. Other than that, I really can't give you any more information on based on the circumstances of meetings we may or may not have.
So,
But I am hearing you that we need to give council members the most information we have available in order for make the determination whether they agree with the meeting being held or not.
Well, I think it has to go more than that. If we set a protocol and a policy in place, then it has to be complied with. So there has to be a staff report. The mayor must have received a staff report that he could share with the councillors in order to make the decision. Can I ask this amendment? I don't recall this amendment being discussed or deliberated on at the governance committee.
Thank you. Andrea?
Through the mayor, the amendment came to AFNA yesterday because the governance report from July was there that had the changes to the agenda. It changes to the procedural bylaw. That's why it came to AFNA yesterday.
So I'm trying to understand why the governance didn't get an opportunity to deliberate on it.
Through the mayor, we identified the gap between the governance meeting and AFNA yesterday. And given we are going to be ratifying the amendments to the bylaw for the procedural bylaw, we wanted to make sure that this one was included. And we had the discussion yesterday at AFNA.
And so that kind of supports my concerns with regards to protocol. So the protocol and policy is currently that these items would go to governance. Governance would deliberate them. We'd hear from the public. Then we would send up our recommendations to AFNA. So in this case, the amendment skipped governance completely and went straight to AFNA. And it's just an example of where we don't follow our own policy, our own process. So my concern still stands. I can't support number 7. It should have gone through the governance committee so that we could have a thorough discussion with regards to what needs to be in the bylaw in terms of protecting the privileges and rights of elected officials and the rights of the public to hear and understand what's going on in an emergency meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any problem, Madam Clerk, of referring this one item back to governance for their review and then having it come back through another process?
Through the mayor, Councillor Clark has spoken to the item, so he doesn't have an opportunity to refer it. Absolutely, we're happy to do a separate recorded vote on that particular amendment if that's council's choice.
Right, and so if someone that hasn't yet spoken to it, like myself, would to refer this back to governance committee for their review and evaluation, and then it would flow through the audit and finance committee, that can fulfill the kind of process that Councillor Clark is talking about.
That is your option, yes.
Thank you. First time speaker, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, and I would like to refer this. So in the report that we received at AFNA, this came up as an amendment, and it was number 7 in the report. So just to be fair, I was going through the AFNA report that we are to vote on today, and I have to ask our city clerk, is it in this report, 5.6 audit and finance minutes, is this number 2 IV? Is this under that section? Because I literally had to toggle back and forth all morning to find this one particular amendment. So I believe it is, let's see if I can bring it up. It's number 2 in the audit and finance report, the minutes for yesterday, and it's 2, I think, B, IV. The actual amendment's not there, but I think it's outlined in revised, and it's in an appendix of a report of a report. Is that what we're talking about right now, if we're going to council minutes right now?
Through the mayor, yes, Councillor Johnson, it is item 2BIV.
Thank you.
It's appendix to the AFNA report.
Thank you. So it was my understanding, and this is on, thank you, and again, I'd like to refer this back to governance.
Yes, if we're going to refer it, then we're not going to speak to it.
Okay, thank you. I will move it so back to governance with
Seconded
my
by
concerns.
Councillor Partridge. So based on that referral, it's to be reviewed by the governance committee, which I guess is direction. Anyone want to speak to that direction? Seeing not, then let's put it to a vote to refer this back to governance.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes, to direct it back to governance to look at the wording of 7 of that report, especially where it says urgent and extraordinary matters. Please find the definitions. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of
Through the mayor, if I can just, through the mayor, if I can just confirm that we're referring item 7 only.
Correct.
3.47.
That one item that refers to the calling of the emergency meeting.
Yes, the amendment only. Yep.
Correct. Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So referring that back, all in favor? And on the, I'll just wait for your call on the vote.
And that carries, Mr. Mayor, 12-0.
Thank you. And that was an amendment to item 3?
That was item 2. That was an amendment?
Okay. So on item 2 as amended then?
Yes.
All in favor? Separate vote on it. Thank you. And then I'll ask for any other items on the Audit and Finance Administration report.
That carries 12-0.
Thank you. Not seeing any other items. So on the balance of the report then, all in favor?
And that carries 12-0.
Thank you. And we are at rising from committee of the whole, I do believe, Madam Clerk, just to make sure I'm not off the rails here. And so Councillor Marula isn't here, Councillor Collins isn't here. I'll take a motion from Councillor Farr to rise and report from committee of the whole, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. And I would ask for all in favor. Or any opposed? Once we're done that, we will move to some motions. First one up is Councillor Ferguson on item 6.1.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is a housekeeping motion that the staff have asked
Let
me
me
to
just,
present.
let me just ask you to wait until the clerk confirms the previous vote, and then we'll,
And that vote carries 12-0.
great, thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Ferguson.
Okay, this is a housekeeping motion that's before you in eScribe. It's a long motion if you want me to read it all out, but as I say, it's just small little changes as part of housekeeping on the original motion. So I'm in your hands whether you want me to read the whole thing or not.
No, and I think members of council have the highlighted alterations in bold in the motion itself.
Yes, they do.
So in the absence of that, I don't think we require the entire reading of the motion. It's quite lengthy. Everyone comfortable with that? Everyone's familiar? Everyone's read it?
I just need a seconder.
Thank you.
Councilor Pearson, I guess.
Yep, thank you. All in favor then of the amendment to that motion? Item 6.1. Thank you.
And that carries 12-0, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Ferguson. We can turn to Councillor Farr for a motion on the support for the NCCM National Council of Muslim Association recommendations brought forward by the National Council of Canadian Muslims. Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And there's a couple of grammatical issues that I'll pass along. I think they're minor in nature, so I won't move them as amendments. But this is moved by myself and quickly seconded by Councillor Clark. I appreciated his engagement and his sponsorship on this. Support for the NCCM recommendations brought forward by the National Council of Canadian Muslims, whereas as a local response to the requests from the City of Hamilton's Muslim leaders respecting the municipal portion of the NCCM recommendations brought forward by the NCCM July 19th, 2021, and attached as Appendix A to this motion, then it's a semicolon, where I think where we need to be clear is we have been, whereas council has been requested to respond to. So if we could just kind of fix that. Whereas, the City of Hamilton's Muslim leaders are requesting endorsement and commitments to several of the recommendations within SCCM recommendations, whereas the city wide concern after the Islamophobic attack in the city of Hamilton allegedly by a Cambridge man on a wife and daughter of Ayman Kamal Gurgi of our cherished downtown mosque, whereas the National Council of Canadian Muslims has called a national summit on Islamophobia, which took place Thursday, July 22nd, 2021. It was designed to engage all levels of government to take action on dismantling Islamophobia, and whereas in order to reassure the National Council of Canadian Muslims that the City of Hamilton is in support of the NCCM recommendations at the municipal level, therefore be it resolved, A, that the Director of Bylaw Enforcement be directed to report back to Planning Committee on options to create, and this is my only other grammatical or addition, or amend, to create and or amend a bylaw or bylaws to undertake NCCM recommendation 55. Their recommendation was pass municipal street harassment bylaws that are proportional and constitutional, such as the approach now being adopted in Edmonton after the NCCM initiative. Bylaws should also address clearly hateful verbal assaults and give authorities the ability to ticket and fine when necessary. B, that the Director of Government Relations, Megan Stahl, and Community Engagement be directed to meet with local leaders of the National Council of Canadian Muslims and report back to GIC on a plan that celebrates the history of local Muslims and assists in directing these leaders to existing programs such as the City Enrichment Fund to undertake NCCM recommendation 59, which is to invest in celebrating the history of local Canadian Muslims and initiatives through a concrete program that brings these figures and names to the forefront of local recognition. Municipalities should fund events in spaces where their accomplishments are celebrated in a way that clearly shows that Muslims have made real contributions to Canadian society and are far from the violent caricatures that constantly make the news. C, that the Director of Government Relations and Community Engagement be directed to work with local leaders of the National Council of Canadian Muslims to determine what dedicated local funding may be required to fulfill community-based anti-Islamophobia initiatives and report back to the Audit and Finance Administration Committee to undertake NCCM Recommendation 56, which is municipalities provide dedicated funding for local community-based anti-Islamophobia initiatives. D, that the Director of Government Relations and Community Engagement be directed to report back to the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee on local anti-Islamophobic public awareness campaigns and options respecting a potential program or programs for training young Muslim leaders for the future to undertake NCCM recommendations 58 and 61. 58 is municipalities dedicate specific funding for anti-Islamophobia public awareness campaigns, and 61 develop models for training young Muslim leaders for the future, such as Youth Fellowship Program in Toronto. And finally, E, that the NCCM recommendation 60 be referred to the Hamilton Police Services Board for consideration, and that is to the request is redirect funding towards alternative measures to policing in municipal budgets. I don't need to speak to it. The whereases and the motion itself and the thorough and obvious requests from the NCCM speak for themselves. So I just want to say again, thank you to Councillor Clark for the second. Thank you to our friends in the community who have really been an inspiration for me personally as a Ward 2 councillor and a local elected official, and are very, very important to our community. And certainly I hope we can get support here and show that we all feel the same, and in our own way municipally. They've certainly made a lot of requests to the feds and the province too. We can show them that we support them, and we're hearing them with these requests. Thanks again.
Thank you. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, in recognition, and thanks to Councillor Farr and Councillor Clark for bringing this motion forward. I think it's exactly the type of leadership that needs to be shown on a municipal level across this country, as many of these national recommendations coming from communities that have been victims of systemic racism, systemic forms of hate, or systemic exclusion from being able to fulfill their citizenry in this country and in our municipalities. This is exactly the type of belonging that gets fostered, and that comes from every level of government being responsive to the recommendations that are tabled publicly by those communities. I'm very encouraged by what we see before us today, and also want to say thank you to all of our local Muslim neighbors here across the city of Hamilton, the Muslim Council of Greater Hamilton, as well as all of the Muslims and mosques who reached out to the Ward 3 office in support of the recommendations, and looking for accountable leadership from this table on the recommendations as they're appropriate for a municipal level. So thank you both very much, and thank you again to the community. We stand with you, and it's been consistently demonstrated, I think, this term, and we've got much work left in front of us, and this motion helps put in play very concrete steps that this municipality can take. So looking forward to the work moving forward. Thank you all.
Thank you. I'm going to turn the chair. Who was the previous deputy mayor previous to Councillor Marula, or Councillor Collins, I should say? Councillor Farr. Okay, Councillor Farr, I'm turning it over to you. And thank you. And I welcome these the motion from council. It's very timely, and I just want you to know that in my office, and myself and our staff have been working on engaging with the Muslim community here in Hamilton to establish an anti-Islamophobia advisory council representing the broad cross-section of the Muslim community from across our city, which I think is going to be very, very helpful as we move forward, because it requires ongoing dialogue and action going forward. And you know what, we can all be somewhat flabbergasted and astounded that some individuals do the kinds of actions that we've seen in London and in Hamilton recently. Absolutely outrageous behavior, and we need to do everything possible to stand against them and have significant policies in place to actually react when these occurrences happen. So I'm pleased to continue that work along with other Muslim leaders in our community that will certainly help develop that council, the advisory council, and continue to look at ongoing measures that we can continue to promote to help make sure that our Muslim community is not only welcomed but embraced and not discriminated against or attacked in any way, shape, or form. So I'm pleased to continue on with that work through my office, and we'll keep you appraised as to how that develops, and certainly support the recommendations that are before us. So thank you, Councillor Clark, for bringing that forward, and I look forward to continued work with our friends in the Muslim community to ensure that Hamilton is for all, and by all we mean all, not some for some and not for others, but everyone that comes into our community, whether an owner, a property owner, whether they're black or white, Muslim or other, are all welcome to be part of the beautiful mosaic of Canada and the beautiful mosaic that is Hamilton, and continue to work on our equity and diversity as we should. So thank you, Councillor Farr, for bringing this forward, and Councillor Clark, and we look forward to continued work with our Muslim friends.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll just say as a follow-up, there was only one municipal recommendation we've omitted from this motion, and it had to do with you, and you've just pointed out that we didn't need to move the motion because you're already taking care of it. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Any other comments on the motion? Seeing not, all in favor of the motion?
That carries 12-0, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We're at item 6.3 now, which is the support community resilience through Powell Park Community Garden in Ward 3. Councillor Nat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is moved here at Council as Emergency Community Services Committee did not take place this week. So moved by myself, looking for a seconder, and I don't have my screen open to my colleagues. Seconded by Councillor Jackson. Sorry, saw the hand go up first. Thank you for that, Councillor Jackson. Whereas the Powell Park Community Garden is run by a group of Ward 3 residents, volunteers who grow food to support local community food access. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in an increased need for access to fresh, nutritious food, therefore be it resolved that $675 from the Ward 3 Bell Tower Fund, account number 3301609603, be allocated to the Gala Community Planning Team to assist in covering the costs associated with the Powell Park Community Garden, and that B, the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form that is satisfactory of the city solicitor.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the motion? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. So on the motion itself then, all those in favor? Thank you, Councillor.
That carries 12-0.
Great, thank you very much. And on item 6.4, assistance program, Councillor Farr. If you're speaking, we can't hear you. Might be your plug-in once again.
Just nodding that time, not speaking.
Oh, okay.
It was a toggle issue.
I mentioned that I put something in my eye and my vision isn't great.
You're the seconder. Do you want me to read the whereases or just get to the therefores?
Whatever you prefer, sir. The whereases are too long, so you could certainly read the whereas.
Okay, thank you for the second. Block Party Assistance Program, whereas COVID-19 pandemic taken its toll on citizens to various degrees, which for so many includes an absence in socializing safely with friends and neighbors, whereas there is an interest from some residents during phase 3 of reopening to safely hold block parties on streets where they live and within the parameters and guidelines of Ontario's roadmap to reopen, whereas Council has been a leader in ensuring that the safe return to events in Hamilton is incentivized with many incentives and supports derived from the unprecedented work of the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery, which include improving amendments to previous policies and fee reductions where applicable in an effort to bring our communities back to life in both work and play. Whereas the costs to host a block party can far exceed $2,000, which includes but is not limited to a street closure permit at approximately $700 and contracting of a third-party company to close the street at approximately $1,000, way too much for that work. In addition to the current requirement for these types of street closures to go through a special events advisory team process, which creates a potential for delays and further restrictions. Therefore, be it resolved that the appropriate staff be requested to report back to the next Emergency Community Services Committee meeting with options for residents wishing to hold safe block parties that are less costly and more efficiently approved. And to be privy to time, I think it speaks for itself. So thanks again for the second, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions on the report, or on the motion, I should say? Not seeing any. Thank you. So all in favor then?
That carries 12-0.
Thank you. And the next report, or the next motion, is to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Stelco strike in Woodlands Park in Ward 3. Councillor Net.
Thank you. Through you, again, this motion is before council as ECS did not meet. It's whereas Ward 3 residents have initiated a historic and artistic placemaking project to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Stelco workers' strike in Woodlands Park. And whereas this placemaking project aims to commemorate Woodlands Park's historical role as a workers' park, a place for organizing, and whereas the project aims to speak to the past and ongoing community resilience and strength of residents in the area, while also inspiring local involvement in future park renewal. Therefore, be it resolved that A, $1,500 from the Ward 3 Bell Tower Fund, account 3301609603, be allocated to the Barton Village BIA to assist in covering the costs of the project works, and B, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form that is satisfactory with our city solicitor. Moved by myself and seconded by looking for a second on this one. Councillor Wilson, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motion's before you. Any comments or questions on it? Not seeing any. Thank you. All in favor then? Any opposed? Don't think there are any abstentions indicated.
That carries 12-0.
Thank you. And we're at 7-1 of a demolition permit for 582, 584 Highway number 8, Stony Creek. We need to waive notice. If you want to move that today, Councillor Pearson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move a motion to waive notice with regards to, and the rules of order to be waived to allow the introduction of a motion today respecting the issuance of a demolition permit for 582, 584 Highway number 8. So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Farr. If you would respectfully appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So on the waiver of the notice, any comments or questions? Not all in favor?
And the waiving notice carries 12-0.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Mr. Mayor, it's moved by myself, second again by Councillor Farr, whereas the owner developer of the above mentioned properties at 5828584 Highway number 8, Stony Creek, is in the process of bringing forward a development proposal to Planning Committee in due course. And whereas there have been ongoing issues with security of the 2 vacant homes, creating ongoing safety and property standards concerns for the surrounding neighbors and owner. Therefore, be it resolved that the chief building official be authorized to issue a demolition permit for 582 and 584 Highway number 8, Stony Creek, in accordance with bylaw number 09208, as amended by bylaw 13-185, pursuant to section 33 of the Planning Act, as amended without having to comply with the conditions of 6A, B, and C of the demolition control bylaw 09208. And I can speak to it very briefly, but I think it is very self-explanatory. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions on the motion? Not seeing any again, so thank you. All in favor then? Vote is up.
Councillor Vanderbeek is thumbs up.
Thank you.
That carries 12-0.
Great,
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Item 7.2, an amendment to item 5, the Emergency and Community Services Committee report, Reaching Home Canada's Homeless Strategy. Councillor Nan, you have an amendment.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, this amendment would require a waiving of the rules also as it's time sensitive. So moved by
Okay,
myself
thank
and seconded by Councillor Jackson, Vice Chair of ECS.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions on the waiving of the rules? Not seeing any. Thank you. All in favor then?
And the waiving of the rules is approved, 12-0.
Councillor Net.
Thank you. The motion is before committee. It's moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Jackson. This is an amending motion to enable staff to receive the additional $4.242 million in funding. So whereas at its meeting on May 8th and 9th in 2019, the Council and City approved item 10.1 of the Emergency Community Services Committee report number 19004, thereby authorizing and directing the General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities or designate to enter into and execute an agreement with Employment and Social Development Canada to administer the Reaching Home program as of April 1st, 2019, and any ancillary agreements required to give effect thereto in a form that's satisfactory to the City Solicitor. And whereas that agreement between the City and Her Majesty the Queen in Right of Canada, as represented by the Minister of Employment and Social Development Canada, Employment and Social Development Canada, the Minister, was signed by the General Manager on March 22nd, 2019, which provided for $29,462,653 to be used over the course of 5 years between 2019 and 2024. And whereas that agreement was amended on June 13th, 2019 to provide for an increase in funding of $522,084 or $522,840. And whereas the minister has agreed to approve, and this is the amendment, provide additional funding in the amount of $4,242,360 to be used in the 2021 fiscal year, subject to an agreement being further amended to provide for increased funding. And whereas that amendment agreement would contain the same terms and conditions as the original agreement, except for the additional funding and requirements that it would be used within the 2021 fiscal year. And whereas the authority and the direction to the General Manager provided by Council at its meeting on May 8th and 9th did not include the authority or direction of the General Manager enter into and execute an amended agreement, therefore be it resolved, A, that subsection A of item 5 of the Emergency Community Services Committee Report 19005, respecting report HCS 19008, Reaching Home Canada's Homelessness Strategy, be amended to read as follows. A, that the General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities or their designate be authorized and directed to enter into and execute an amendment to the agreement between the City and Her Majesty the Queen in Right of Canada as a representative of the Minister of Employment and Social Development Canada, signed by the General Manager on March 20th, 2019, and amend on June 30th, 2019 to provide for additional funding in the amount of $4,242,360 to be used in the 2021 fiscal year to administer the Reaching Home program as of April 1st, 2019 in a form that's satisfactory to the City Solicitor. And then the other part that would be amended is B, with the amended part being D, that the General Manager be authorized and directed to enter into and execute any further amendments to the agreement in order to obtain any additional funding on such terms and conditions satisfactory to the GM and in the form satisfactory to the City Solicitor. So the amendment is before you. And if there's any questions, staff are available to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of council on the amendment? Well read, by the way.
No.
All right, thank you. All in favor then of the amendment as presented by Councillors Nan and Jackson? And everyone's still able to vote. That's good. Technology has been good to us today. Mostly.
And that is carried 12-0.
Beautiful. Thank you. We're going to go to 7.3, or not, it's not 7.3 anymore. Yes, it is. Item 7.3, Municipal Relief Assistance Program for basement flooding of the heavy rain event of August 7th and 10th. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need to waive the rules. So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wilson, that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting residential municipal relief assistance program for basement floodings for the heavy rain event of August 7th and 10th in 2021 in my ward, Ward 13.
Thank you. Okay, on waiving of the rules, any comments or questions on that? Not seeing any. Thank you. All in favor?
And the waiving of the rules carries 12-0.
Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek on the motion.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wilson. This is a standard wording of a motion that has been passed, has been approved in the past. Staff were involved in helping me with this. Whereas the heavy rain event on August the 7th and 10th, 2021 caused basement flooding at properties within Ward 13 in the city of Hamilton. Therefore, be it resolved that for the purpose of invoking the Residential Relief Assistance Program for basement flooding, City Council declare the heavy rain event of August 7 and 10, 2021 as a disaster for all affected properties within Ward 13 in the city of Hamilton. And B, that payment of claims be based on compassionate grounds only and not be construed to be an admission of liability on the part of the city of Hamilton. C, that the eligibility criteria for the Residential Municipal Disaster Relief Assistance Program as previously approved in report FCS 06007 be applied. D, that the costs associated with these claims be funded from the Storm Sewer Reserve, which is number 108010, and E, that staff be authorized, if necessary, to retain an independent adjusting service for the administration of claims under the Residential Municipal Disaster Relief Assistance Program, and that these administrative costs be funded from the Storm Sewer Reserve, number 108010. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry that this is a last minute addition to the agenda today, but I think that we are all aware of the fact that it has been implemented at various times over the years to meet just such a need. Some of the areas in my ward where people have lived for between 40 and 65 years have never, ever had an occurrence like this. Are certainly, I believe, eligible for this. So I'm asking for your support on behalf of my community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see Councillor Partridge with a question on this. Councillor Partridge.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I do support this. Just a quick question. I think typically when we've done these motions in the past, is there not a cap that's usually put on a request? We've certainly got the account in there, but I'm just wondering, it sounds like we don't know how many homes have been affected, and I'm just wondering, I don't think we have anybody here from water that may be able to answer this, but is there anybody that can answer that question, please?
Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Because there's no one here from water, I did have that discussion that this wording is exactly what's been approved before. And I believe that the report that's referred to as FCS 06007 is all inclusive with eligibility, how that gets decided, who gets it, whether they're eligible, etc. So I am confident that there isn't an opportunity for abuse here, and that we are protected through that report.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I wasn't worried about abuse at all. I just thought typically in a motion, there's usually a cap put on it. But if it's all inclusive in the report, I'm fine with that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's based on an application and criteria that they have to meet. So it's not a blanket. You get it no matter what. You have to meet certain criteria to be eligible. Yeah, okay. Motions before you. Any comments or questions beyond that on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor then?
And that carries 12-0.
Thank you. And we are at speed cushion traffic calming locations in Ward 2. That'll be Councillor Farr.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I'm going to permit Ward 6's Councillor Jackson to second the waiving of the rules on this one, that the rules of the order be waived to allow for the introduction of this motion respecting speed cushion traffic calming locations in Ward 2.
That is quite the honor there, Councillor Jackson. So you're allowed to second that. All in favor electronically with that very magnanimous offer in Ward 6, who's smoking his pen, which is a habit for him that he's got to break. It's got to break. And I'm going to go on a limb here and assume that that's going to be carried.
We're just waiting on Councillor Vanderbeeks. Oh, I don't no longer see her, so we'll mark her as absent.
One and done.
And that carries 11-0.
Okay, Councillor Farr, back to you.
And to further provide an honor to the Ward 6 councillor, I'll have him second. And my mission here is to honor him back in that I always use the patented Tom Jackson template for speed cushions when I put these motions together. A lot of the words are exactly the same, except the streets obviously are different. And in this case, I don't need to read it all. Caroline, Young, Duke, Bold, back to Caroline, Liberty, and Park. Just a quick fix grammatically on 5. Clerk Paparella, I think you helped with this. I appreciate that. It says on Barton. You can take the on Barton out. It's between Barton and Central Park. So thank you. And the other thing I notice is in B, the account number is missing for the Ward 2 area rating reserve. So I'll just use the account number from the Ward 6 template.
I'm sure
Councillor Farr, we do have that account number. And it's
thank you for catching that, Andrea. I think Tom missed it. So yes, it's 108052. Okay, thank you. And I would appreciate the support. I'm sorry for the last minute. I realized that the cutoff date for fall installs was August 20th, folks, and I missed that at PW. Thank you.
So you're actually acclaiming Councillor Jackson as the king of speed cushions?
I would have never guessed it 10 years ago, but he certainly is. It's the undisputed.
Mr. Mayor, he used my template, but he has not reimbursed the Ward 6 office. We'll deal with that offline. Thank you.
Check will be in the mail, no doubt. Thank you very much. Any comments or questions on the recommendations themselves? Not seeing any. Thank you. All in favor?
Councillor Vanderbeek, is that a thumbs up? Yep, it's a thumbs up, Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you.
And that carries 12-0.
Thank you very much. And item 7.5 is the encampment response strategy. Councillor Wilson, I understand you're going to leave it as a notice of motion, correct?
It is correct, sir.
Great, thank you. So that leads us to statement by members. And I can start any old way you like. So you know what? Given that we usually go on the regular order, or did I do it backwards? Let's start in the regular order. So Councillor Wilson, statement by members, and then to Councillor Farr, and then so on. Go ahead.
Nothing today, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Farr.
Before we close the intersection of Mulberry and James North on Monday for 2 weeks, the hard closure is there. Everyone should know that during this brief 2 weeks, it's not a lock or a mountain brow. concession. It's a 2-week to service the massive $6.6 million rehabilitation of the residential streets. You can park, you can load, no parking will be lost. All the meters are available. It's just going to be tricky if you're driving towards that hard closure at Mulberry. So you're going to see closure signs at Cannon and Barton. But before all that, a quick shout out and a plug and best wishes for a very safe, I know it'll be safe, but I also know it'll be pretty popular given the weather, art crawl tonight. Art crawl is organic, but it's clear it's returning, and I'll just leave it at that and hope to see a whole bunch of people out there tonight. Thank you. Safely.
Great, thank you. And can I ask, the Mulberry Cafe is still functioning, still operating?
Yes, fully.
They just have different hours now, right? I was by there the other day. All looked very closed up, but
what time were you? What time were you there?
You know what? let me get my nasal spray out, and I'll give you an answer later. Okay. Can't remember. I just remember seeing it looking rather closed, and I was hopeful that it was still going because it's one of my favorites.
They've had to endure with the construction on the Mulberry side of things, and now for the next 2 weeks. But they've been great and definitely been very busy. Their patio is usually active when I go by. So
yeah, good news. Okay, I should go by more often, and I would know that answer. Thank you.
I'll buy you a beer.
Yes, thank you. Best offer I've had today. You're on for that one, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. I was going to say something snarky about making sure you don't get it in your eye.
I'll try and use my mouth, yes.
Through you, Mayor, just a quick announcement to residents in Ward 3 and to let you all know that that I am headed home to British Columbia to support my mom, who is in the eye of the wildfires in the interior of BC. So far, my hometown has been lucky with the winds and the prevailing winds, but the fires are getting closer and closer. So the first time in my entire life and my mother's life of being in Canada, I am headed home to help her pack an emergency evacuation kit and put together an emergency plan for her, and as well as take care of her for the next 10 days, as the anxiety has been quite a lot to deal with. Not lost on me that I'm heading home to do this at the same time that we have received a report on the IPCC that has just really sent very clear alarm bells in terms of the science and evidence of the catastrophic impacts of climate change on our communities and this country as well. So with that, I want to let Ward 3 residents know you will be attended to and cared for and served very well. The Ward 3 office remains open in that duration. My staff team are prepared to carry the brunt of those days that I'll be away taking care of family matters. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I remember, it serves me, is it Merritt?
Yep, Merritt, British Columbia. So Logan Lake just got
Merritt.
Its evacuation orders. Yeah.
Yeah, and I have family in Merritt. My brother's kids are in Merritt, and my brother is in Blind Bay, Kelowna area, and they're having the same kind of challenges right now. Completely surrounded by fire. Fortunately, not where they are, but certainly in the area completely. And yeah, quite the dramatic disaster, unfortunately. So all the best to your family in Merritt.
Thank you.
Councillor Murillo is no longer with us today. Councillor Collins is no longer with us today. Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, just one announcement. Wasn't sure if you were going to make it or not, but on Thursday, August 26th, since this is our last formal meeting until after Labor Day, on Thursday, August 26th from 4:30 to 6:30, it's a virtual fond farewell to our outstanding General Manager, Paul Johnson. And so everyone can join virtually. Unfortunately, still in the step 3, I suppose there would be just one huge turnout if this was pre-COVID times and in-person opportunities to be together physically and shoulder to shoulder, but it is what it still is. So there's going to be a virtual fond farewell, which I'm going to join on August 26th from 4:30 to 6:30. Mr. Mayor, obviously I could go on and on and on about how much I'm politically and personally going to miss General Manager Paul Johnson, and who the last 18 months was the outstanding exemplary director of our Emergency Operations Center during an unprecedented time during what the world was going through with the pandemic. And I'm really going to miss his leadership as head of Healthy and Safe Communities Department. He had such a great handle on the pulse of what I've always called the 3 C's, the corporation, the community, and council. And it takes a very special person in leadership that can have their finger on the pulse of those 3 C's, because it's just such a juggling act. It's complex, and wanting to ensure no voice has gone unheard. And Paul just handled it with such aplomb and in a professional manner. And yet I don't know how he had the time, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak for my office and my staff on any minute individual matter, constituent matter. He found the time, was available and accessible to assist and put the right staff in place to help resolve the problem. So I'm a little bit ticked off with our former city manager, Chris Murray, who's been in Toronto for a few years now, and with the finance general manager there, Rob Rossini. And if they had any hand in poaching General Manager Paul Johnson, the next time I'll see them, I'll deal with them accordingly. Of course, sarcasm is dripping there. But anyways, Toronto's gain is going to be Hamilton's huge loss. And for roughly the 12 years he came starting the Neighborhood Action Program, primarily for the downtown awards and community where it was wanting and lacking. I just want to say all the very best, Paul. Going to miss you. Godspeed. Excellent health continuing. And I know you're going to do a sensational job in Toronto as you did in Hamilton. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Rob Rossini, I think, retired about 5 years ago from Toronto. Just to be, I think he's gone on to other things as well. But we have been and
I
continue
suspect
to be.
he had his hand in it, though, Mr. Mayor. But that's
Well,
fine.
I don't know about that, but he was no surprise that some of our great talent is being coveted by other communities as well. And to the benefit of some of our great leaders in our community, they've served us well, and they will serve other communities well. And from a career perspective, I know that this is a good move for Paul Johnson, an unfortunate one for our community, but we have great leadership still in Grace Mader, who has agreed to take over in the short term, who has demonstrated great leadership in our community through exactly the same file, and we're in good hands until such time as we get a more permanent replacement. So I really want to thank her for stepping up as well. And yes, we are going to miss Paul. He's been a great contributor, and he'll be a great contributor in Toronto as well. Thank you for that, Councillor Jackson, and I will be there to give him the official send off and times in between. It's not like we're saying goodbye to Paul forever and always. He's still going to be a resident here in Stony Creek, and he'll be shuffling back and forth as many are, and is now very grateful that the West Harbor GO Transit station is now fully operational from 5:30 in the morning till 12:30 at night, which is going to be a great benefit for all those that are moving back and forth between their work in Toronto. So good for them. I'm going to move to Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one thing very, very quickly. Center Road between North Lawn and Joe Sam's Park is going to be closed for 3 months. For the Waterdown bypass road that is going in, that intersect is a brand new intersection that needs to be built, so it will be very disruptive to the community. I am now in receipt of a letter from staff saying that the closure will start on August the 23rd, which is a week Monday. Now, it was supposed to start in May, but it didn't. So now it will be starting in August, and the closure will be for 3 months. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek? I think we indicated that she was not with us any longer. Councillor Ferguson? Councillor Ferguson? Are you with us?
Yeah, sorry, I muted on one button but didn't go off the other. No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, good. Floor is yours. You're fine. Oh, sorry, I missed that. You're good. Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. So yeah, there's lots of things happening in Glanbrook. The biggest news that came out last week was that the Binbrook Fair will be a go. So it's going to look a lot differently. Everyone's going to have to wear masks, and that means everyone. And just to give you a bit of a Coles Notes of what's happening, Friday night's going to be your demolition derby, Saturday's going to be the rodeo and the farmers market, Sunday's going to be livestock shows and the farmers market, but there's more details for later. And just to remind everyone, every Saturday is farmers market at the Bimbrook Fairgrounds. And on a sad note, sir, we just got a notice from the fire chief, Don Conliff, and I just wanted to reiterate, Bimbrook firefighter, volunteer firefighter, Bobby Vinton, has passed away due to job-related illness. Bobby has been a volunteer with the Bimbrook firefighting station since 1979. For almost 42 years, he has served his community selflessly. His death has left a huge void in Bimbrook. Our hearts and prayers are with Cindy and the family and his colleagues at Station 18. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one item that I think is great news for the community and certainly for our colleagues and planning staff. Further down in the bills, there's a bill coming forward to approve development on Highway number 8. It's the RICA development for the former Pine Villa site. I'm really thrilled, Mr. Mayor. This development proposal came forward in 2018. In March 2020, I held the neighborhood meeting just before we had COVID shutdown. And we had over 52 residents in the neighborhood attend. Staff and the applicants worked through some of the issues that were presented, design issues, etc. And I'm pleased to advise that 3 buildings have been approved for this site. So it'll be the replacement of the nursing home retirement home currently with a new 4-story long-term care building that'll have 224 beds available for a nursing home. Then there'll be a second 8-story multi-dwelling building as retirement home with 132 beds available and ground for commercial on Highway number 8, along with a 9-story multi-unit building, apartments of 128 units. I'm really thrilled, Mr. Mayor, because not only does this present a great need for the community of nursing home, retirement home, and apartments in Ward 10 to serve our seniors especially, but it also provided the opportunity of a need to address some servicing upgrades that were required in order for this project to go ahead. And we say there's service deficiencies, underground deficiencies throughout the city of Hamilton. Well, Ward 10 is no different. So I have issues with the sanitary sewer capacities on Highway number 8 and DeWitt Road. These issues will be addressed and the developer will be responsible. But along with that project, I had a project that was put on the books in 2019 with federal funding that we received a pot of, and we all divided up of about $900,000. And this money is going to go finally to the resurfacing of DeWitt Road from Highway number 8 to Barton. So I'm really thrilled. I want to thank all the residents for their patience in this coming forward, but I've always been a councillor who said, you know what? I don't waste taxpayers' money, and I don't like to see money thrown away with work's being done and then crews going back in 6 months, a year later and cutting that new work up. So I'm really pleased of this going forward, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to state it today. Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. There are 2 new businesses that are now operating in Ward 9. I wanted to welcome them to our ward and let the public know about them. One is Industria Pizza. They had a restaurant, they still have a restaurant in downtown Hamilton, but they've opened up a restaurant in the Heritage Green Mall, which is the one where the Home Depot is. They are just north of Pharmasave. Linda and I have eaten there a couple of times. She knows how to make reservations, sir. I know how to cook. She knows I say that, so it's okay. So we've eaten there a few times. The food is fantastic. Just encourage folks to check out Industria Pizza when they get an opportunity. And the newest Longo family business is Dry and Shine Auto Spa. Didn't know that you could have an auto spa. I visited it last week. It's a very fancy facility that will clean your car inside and out. Encourage people to drive by and check it out just to see the lights. My grandchildren love going through the car wash with the it almost looked like laser lights. It just blows your mind. Anyways, very fancy. First one I've ever gone into where they have an automated chamois system to take all the water off of the vehicle. So the Longo family have outdone themselves, and they're on Rymal Road, Dry and Shine Auto Spa. I wish both those businesses well, as we do all the businesses as we begin the recovery out of COVID-19. And that's all my comments. Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you. And as I mentioned to you earlier, members of council, I was pleased to be at an announcement in Westdale where they're having Art Fest this weekend, by the way. So come one, come all safely to enjoy Art Fest and some entertainment in the Westdale Theatre. But the announcement was for application-based funding for BIAs, not only in Hamilton, but right across the country. On behalf of the federal government and in Ontario on behalf of ECDEV, the Economic Development Council of Ontario has put forward some funding, and it's going to be delivered through EDCO and through the Canadian Urban Institute. In fact, some $25 million is going to be delivered to BIAs across the country to help them build back better. I told them they could use that slogan if they so chose. Not that it's an original, but I imagine it'll come up a few times to the course of this campaign. Notwithstanding, we could congratulate Councillor Collins for him stepping up to be a candidate in Hamilton East Stony Creek. I know that he will acquit himself well as a candidate, and we anticipate a robust campaign. And given that we expect that the writ call will be on Monday, I do expect that he will be taking a leave of absence for that period of time. And so we'll see how that plays out, and I wish him all the best as he goes forward on that. And lastly, I don't want to be a Dusty Downer on this, but I do want to remind people that we are not clear of this pandemic as yet. You know, reasonable caution is still something that people need to bear in mind. The masking is still important, especially indoors. We don't want to get into a position where this Delta variant starts to take hold and we have to start taking steps going backwards. So please work on your vaccination process. I know that our staff are going to be going out ensuring that all the walk-in clinics are available now. So all of our major vaccination centers are now all walk-in. Don't need an appointment. You can walk right in and get a vaccine. There was a time where that was not possible. That is now readily available. You can choose from Pfizer or Moderna. So all of those options are available to folks. And we're having mobile clinics happening in some of the lower uptake neighborhoods for the vaccine. And some of them are in the rural areas, in fact, in Flamborough. So there's some sites coming in Flamborough, some sites coming in, I believe, in Ancaster, as well as lower city Hamilton, and a couple of locations on the mountain, in fact, where the uptake for the vaccine is not what it should be. And we're going to do everything possible to have those mobile clinics to encourage people to get out. So all of that work needs to continue. And I would just encourage all of our citizens to exercise, enjoy what's open now, but exercise reasonable caution so that we can avoid the spread of this virus in our community. Still very much active, still very much now a disease for the unvaccinated. And so for those that aren't vaccinated, you are doubly responsible to protect yourself until such time as you are vaccinated, and we certainly encourage you to do so. Thank you for allowing me to share that information, and I know we'll be sharing more information in the days and weeks to come in terms of what's available for people to get vaccinated. Normally, I would turn to Councillor Collins, or Marula, but I'm going to turn to Councillor Farr to ask for a motion on the communication updates as presented from July 2nd through to August the 5th. So moved by yourself, Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Clark, that those updates be received.
Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor electronically would be great. Thank you. And then we can get to the 2 closed session minutes once we have that vote confirmed, and then the bylaws, and then we're done.
Councillor Wilson is there, yes.
Yep.
Councillor
Thumbs up.
Vanderbeek is absent. Councillor Wilson was a thumbs up.
Yep.
And that carries 11-0.
Thank you. And we have two minutes, July the 9th, 2021 and August the 9th, 2021 as well. Any comments or questions on any of those minutes? If not, I'll take a motion to approve. Approved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Nan. Thank you. All in favor?
Sorry, Mayor, for clarity, was the minutes for this emergency council meeting, in which case I wasn't present, so.
Closed session minutes for July. Yeah, that would have been one. Yeah, you weren't present on that one. That's true. So we'll pick a
Mr.
different.
Mayor, anyone present in the meeting today can move those items.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councillor Nan, you're back up. Thank you. The vote was registered, I believe.
Yes, and that carries 11-0.
Thank you. And we're going to turn to the bylaws now. Councillor Farr, on the bylaws, please. To move them, and there are the bills from 125 through to quite a number of them, 149, to confirm and approve the bills. Moved by Farr, seconded by Councillor Danko. All in favor of the bills as presented? And that is the last.
We're just waiting on Councillor Nan's vote on the bills.
Okay. I'm not sure that Councillor Nan is still. Oh,
Thumbs up from Councillor Nan. And that carries 11-0.
Proverbial thumb on that one. Thank you. And a motion to adjourn would be most appropriate. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor, your last electronic vote. Let your fingers walk to the. Hopefully mark a yes. I should register my vote while I'm at it. You also have to submit.
Councillor Nan, are you still present? Okay, we have your vote. And that carries 11-0.
Thank you. I am now going to leave and blow my nose and rinse out my eye. And I want you all to have a great weekend.
Thanks. Excellent
Thank
job.
Great
Enjoy
job.
See everyone at Brangus this weekend. Take care.
Yes.
Enjoy the rest of August. Take care.